Bellator Fighting Championships with FullTiltPoker.net and Everlast. What do you fight for? Tonight at Bellator 32 now present 5 5-minute rounds for the first ever Bellator World Bantamweight Championship. And now introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He wears the red at 5'9", weighing in at 134 1/4 pounds. The submission fighter and kickboxer brings a professional record with 15 victories, 8 by way of submission against 4 defeats. Representing Apex MMA and Fighting out of Tucson, Arizona, the first tournament finalist, Ed Wild West. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the blue corner. He wears the blue trimmed in yellow at 5'4", weighing in the same at 134 1/4 pounds. The standout wrestler as a professional brings 11 victories, 5 by way of submission against 2 defeats. Representing Philadelphia Fight Factory and Fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, tournament finalist Zach Fun Size Makovsky. And the referee for this contest, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, come out ready to fight.
Tonight's Bellator tournament finals are under the unified rules of combat, as they are for Bellator World Championships. They are scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Elbows to the head are allowed, both standing and on the ground, and there is no kicking or kneeing the head of a grounded opponent. The victor in this bout will win Bellator's inaugural bantamweight tournament and be crowned Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks, Jason Herzog is the referee.
See Ed West moving a lot. I think that's going to be his key in this fight. He's got great movement and a fast head kick.
Both fighters very confident that they would respectively win this bout, and both felt that there was a high likelihood this would go all 5 rounds.
Both guys, I think, confident but cautious. They're aware of their abilities, also very aware of their opponent's abilities.
Makovsky wrestled at the NCAA Division I level at Drexel University. West said, "I am superior to Makovsky in all aspects of MMA, save for wrestling."
I don't know, Makovsky's jiu-jitsu looks pretty good too.
Makovsky missing with that head kick.
I don't think Makovsky's going to want to play this game very long against Ed West. I think he's going to try and corner him and get the takedown.
West 5 inches taller than his opponent Makovsky. West standing 5'9".
West throwing a lot of kicks for someone who's taking on a superior wrestler.
Single leg attempt. And that's just what West told us, Jimmy, that he would do in the fighter meeting. Not resist the takedown, but go to his back and then pull closed guard.
Well, the problem is that it's easy to give away a lot of rounds pulling closed guard. And as long as you're on the bottom and your opponent's doing anything at all, 9 times out of 10, he wins that round. So the problem with not resisting the takedown is, A, it's easy for Makovsky to take you down. He's not expending a lot of energy. And number 2, once they're on the ground, unless you're going for a lot of submissions, it's easy to give away rounds.
West said that Makovsky has the best single leg takedown that he has ever seen in MMA.
He has a great single leg.
And he said he just simply on the single leg or the double leg was not going to fight it, burn energy, just accept the takedown and do this, close guard and work from the bottom.
Kazushi Sakuraba very successful with the single leg, but it's rare. Most guys like that safe double leg. Chest, head in the center of the other guy's chest, but Makovsky can take you down a bunch of different ways.
Punch from the bottom by West. That surprised Makovsky. Big left hand by Makovsky, another. Not fully finding the mark there on those punches.
Makovsky has good ground and pound. He has short limbs, he's stocky, he's powerful. Great stand-up.
Somersault.
Roll back and then back to his feet.
Somersault to the stand-up by Ed West.
Yes, that's why they call him Wild West. Unorthodox, dynamic, and physical. Both these guys physical freaks.
Makovsky trying to move forward. West said, "I want to stick and move, stick and move."
Now the problem Ed West is going to have is that he's very accurate with the strikes and he mixes it up very well. He hasn't shown us a ton of knockout power. I don't know if he has really the power to knock Makovsky out unless he really comes in.
West just missed with that head kick. Low kick by Makovsky. Push kick by Zach Makovsky. West actually smirked on that.
And that's the wrestler's kryptonite, is a guy that can throw hard enough to make him hesitate. And see, there is no hesitation with Zach Makovsky.
And again, the single leg takedown by Makovsky, hardly resisted by West.
And West so flexible, trying to use that far leg to get underneath, and he gets it. Boom, back to guard.
West is a fighter who talks all the time that he is very comfortable fighting off of his back.
I was watching him train before his fight with Goldsby, and he has a dangerous guard, very tricky.
Makovsky said his biggest fear in this fight was being held in West's closed guard.
You see trying furiously to pass, trying to pass to the weak side. The side the guard is open, which is Makovsky's left side. That's the side he's trying to pass.
Final minute of round number 1.
And most guys cannot get up that way, but Ed West able to pop back to his feet.
Slight mouse under the left eye of Zach Makovsky. Step in with the left hand by Makovsky.
Power shots from both guys are going to land more effectively because they have opposite stances.
Simultaneous leg kicks. We are headed to round number 2.
You can see that unorthodox stand-up by Ed West, flipping back, standing up in a somersault. Is that physical creativity that Makovsky's going to have trouble dealing with.
This for Bellator's World Bantamweight Championship. The winner of this fight will become the inaugural champion of Bellator at 135 pounds. Ed West is in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks. West looking for the side kick, and the single leg takedown by Makovsky.
And the problem with that side stance, that karate stance, is very hard to stop the takedown. Now this is a position in his last couple fights where Makovsky was all over guys, transitioning very well, and he's had trouble passing the guard of Ed West. So he takes him down, works a little ground and pound, but before he was so dynamic all over guys, and Ed West really difficult to deal with on the ground, you can see it.
In the full guard held by Ed West. Jimmy, round number 1, very difficult to score.
Very difficult to score. I gave it 10-9 to Zach Makovsky based on that takedown and ground and pound. Ed West had a little more success on the feet, but I think Makovsky won that round based on his takedown. But it could have gone either way.
Jimmy, thus far, who do you think has the edge in the stand-up?
Ed West, for sure. I mean, Makovsky's done well. It hasn't been a blowout by any means, but Ed West has landed a little bit more effectively. You see West more gun-shy than he was against Goldsby and Vega because he's so concerned about that takedown.
Makovsky moving forward tenaciously. Head kick attempt by Makovsky.
And that's when Makovsky's been successful, is when he has Ed West cornered. It's his movement that is so dangerous, his ability to set up strikes. If you can corner him, if you can keep him in one spot, Makovsky does have a lot of power in his hands.
Two very different stances. West so much bounce in his step. Makovsky standing not like a traditional wrestler, but definitely more flat-footed.
And always low. It's just at 135, you don't see a lot of knockouts. These guys just don't pack the kind of power that can knock somebody out. It's rare to see a 135er that has real KO power.
West trying to throw the head kick. Deftly blocked by Makovsky. Low kick by West getting through. Here's Makovsky coming forward. West on his bicycle.
West looking for those opportunities to counter. But he has to land cleanly because You know, in terms of aggression and ring control, cage control, got to give the edge to Makovsky because he's moving forward.
West just feinting the spinning back kick. Single leg, West tries to jump out of it.
And every time he gets a hand on a leg, he gets the takedown.
Side control now held by Makovsky. This is something that West talked about. He really did not want to have Makovsky holding side position.
Look at the flexibility of Ed West. Grabbing his leg, just trying to keep Makovsky locked down. But Makovsky can throw knees just like that from here. Needs to free up that left arm. It's a good position to hold, but he's not going to be able to get out of this position. Ed West, unless he lets go of that and starts moving his hips around.
West definitely burns energy, doesn't he, Jimmy, holding that?
He burns some energy, but it might be worth it if he can get a stand-up out of it. But there's only a minute left. Let's see what he can do. Finally letting that position go.
Remember, this is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. The winner of this fight will become Bellator's first ever world bantamweight champion and win this inaugural bantamweight tournament.
Ed West just trying to stay glued to Makovsky. Now moves. So slick from his back.
Closing seconds of round number 2. Jackhammers with the left hand there. Good punches by Makovsky.
But for all the trickiness of his guard, it has been a defensive guard. He hasn't really gone for any submissions, hasn't come close to catching Zach Makovsky yet.
West looking for the up kick. Good elbows from the bottom there by West.
Looks like he might be going for the omoplata here.
That's exactly what he's going for, Jimmy.
Now you see Makovsky trying to control the right leg of Ed West so he can't step over and hook it. Only 14 seconds left, he lets it go.
Makovsky pulls out, cool as you like. Not yet to deep water, but I think we're headed there. Round number 3 upcoming. We are at Kansas City, Missouri, downtown at the Power and Light District, Bellator 32. Round number 3. This, the bantamweight tournament final, the winner to become Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West in the red trunks, Zach Makovsky in the navy blue trunks. This is the 9th time in Ed West's career he has gone past 2 rounds, and the 11th time in Makovsky's career that he has gone past 2 rounds. Neither fighter has ever gone past 3 rounds. Jimmy, how do you have this scored thus far?
That's another round for Zach Makovsky, 10-9. I thought he was a little more dominant in that round, but still a 10-9 round for Makovsky. Based on that wrestling and that control, we see it here. He gets a takedown, he's just so tenacious. Nice guard pass, that's how you pass half guard.
Guard pass in the side, controlled by Makovsky.
Tight on the head and the arm, beautiful job with the instep. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Makovsky not throwing elbows, just grinding in the elbow and the forearm.
Well, I don't see him taking a lot of risks with his ground and pound. I don't see him letting it all hang out. He knows how dangerous Ed West can be.
Again, the backward somersault to the feet by Ed West.
Just so unorthodox. Ed West does a lot of things that other fighters just don't do. Hard to train for a guy like that.
Makovsky missing with the left hand. West feinting with the kick. West is not afraid to do that. I think because he's so quick, he'll feint with the kick, spin, give his back, no worries.
No, he's not worried about it at all. And he's varying up his strikes so much that Makovsky has to worry about a lot of things coming. He doesn't want to charge in, get hit with some crazy spinning elbow off the kick. He's got to be respectful of his ability to hit everywhere. Not a lot of guys can do that. But not a lot of guys can do that either.
From the single leg,
that is a beautiful takedown.
Waist cinch takedown. That was slick. Just think about that there. Shot the single leg, moved to the back, and the takedown.
That is solid, solid world-class wrestling.
Again, side control held by Makovsky. These are 2 phenomenal fighters. They're fast, they're unorthodox, they're skillful, they're flexible.
It's a shame to see one of them lose. What you're going to see tonight. And 2 of the nicest guys we've ever dealt with in Bellator.
That's a bad cut. That's in the outside of the right brow of Ed West, and that's really leaking blood.
Well, the thing is, that gives Makovsky something to work on with that ground and pound. It gives him a target. He's been very cautious so far with his ground and pound. I think that's going to make him open up a little bit.
And West holding close guard.
And the flip side is, will it give Ed West a sense of urgency? I haven't really gotten that sense so far that he believes he's losing and he believes he's down, but with that cut, he might turn it up. We'll have to see.
Good right hand stepping in by Makovsky.
You see what he does? He pounds to pass. He hits you with that right hand. As you recover, he's trying to get around your guard.
The good news on the cut for Ed West is that the position on the eyebrow is, again, backward somersault to the feet. The way the blood is flowing, it's away from the eye. We talk about this all the time, but for the uninitiated, blood into the eye, no permanent damage, but temporarily you're not going to have much vision, if any vision at all.
Ed West was very candid. He said, that's my weakness, I guess, as a fighter, is that a lot of these guys have that Division I Olympic caliber wrestling. He goes, I just don't have it. Ed West, okay, he's going for the guillotine. The arm is in. That's hard to finish. Let's see if he can do it.
Arming guillotine for West off the single leg shoot by Makovsky.
And only has half guard. See Makovsky being very patient here.
All patience, no panic from Makovsky. West though trying to crank.
So guys like Uriah Faber, Nate Diaz, they love this position, this almost bulldog guillotine from half guard, but he's not going to get it.
Biggest ovation of the night here in Kansas City, Missouri, as Makovsky pops his head free. It's a knowledgeable MMA crowd that they applaud that.
Yeah. Well, it's your hometown. You're a little biased. You know, it's Kansas City this.
This is a great fight
Kansas City
town.
that.
Boxing, pro wrestling, now MMA.
Pro wrestling does not count.
We are heading officially to deep waters as we will go to round 4.
Jimmy's my name. 10-9. Yeah, Makovsky. And here's where that cut happened. It came from the ground and pound. Bang, those forearms right on the brow. And here, that cut opening up. That cameraman all over that cut. Beautiful job.
Round number 4 upcoming. Again, this the bantamweight tournament final of Bellator's inaugural 135-pound tournament. The winner will be crowned Bellator's first ever world bantamweight champion. Ed West is in the red trunks. Zach Makovsky is in the navy blue trunks. First time that either fighter has gone past round 3.
And this is going to be a very interesting round for a few reasons. Will we see that sense of urgency from Ed West? On my card, he's down 3 rounds to none. He's not going to win a decision right here unless he really turns it up, gets a 10-8 round. I think he has to finish. So it becomes a matter of, is he going to turn it up and really look for that finish? Does he believe he's behind?
Jimmy, if one of the 3 state of Missouri judges had it on their official scorecard, say 29-28 West at this point, would you be shocked?
No, first round very, very close.
Knee from side control, again by Makovsky.
See, Makovsky, I think, has solved the riddle of that guard. He's passed in the last round. He's passed so far in this round. He's getting way more successful, more aggressive with his jiu-jitsu. He's the kind of guy where once he gets confident with the jiu-jitsu, that's when he starts opening up with his strikes. Looking for that crucifix, trying to trap both arms.
West again looking for the up kick. Makovsky just missing with the big looping right hand.
Such great control by Makovsky. Ed West finding close guard once again.
Warning by referee Jason Herzog to West, elbow to the back of the head.
I think Makovsky said it's okay. A little dialogue going on about what's legal and what isn't. Like you said, both these guys have tremendous respect for one another. Very high with the guard.
Let's go, guys. Gotta keep working. Stand it.
Call for action by referee Jason Herzog.
Right there, guys. Up.
There's the stand-up.
And that's another thing. Refs get less patient as the fight goes on. They're going to see faster and faster stand-ups. Can Ed West do something with it?
Blood starting to trickle again out of the cut, outside of the right brow of Ed West.
Doesn't look fight-stopping bad, however.
Absolutely not. Totally correct, Jimmy. There's also a knot on the forehead on the left side of Ed West.
Good lead hook by Makovsky. You just get that sense from Makovsky, though, that he's willing to play the game for a little bit. Once it gets hairy, he's going in for that takedown.
Mouse under the left eye of Makovsky. It started to form in round 1. Looking a little bit worse here in round 4.
Man, great bounce in the step of Ed West, but it's not translating into the kind of power shots he needs to land to win this fight thus far.
Good defense standing there by Ed West.
Oh, beautiful inside trip.
And Makovsky still with the takedown.
But changing it up, he goes low, you defend low, he goes for the body lock inside trip. That's great wrestling.
There you see the full closed low guard held by Ed West. Right hand to the body by Makovsky.
The flexibility of Ed West lets him get his feet in between him and Zach Makovsky. That's when he pushes off.
West continues to look for those up kicks. Thigh kick there by Makovsky.
Now no room to do the back somersault. He's up against the cage.
Makovsky taking full advantage.
Trying to pass. He likes that left side pass. Ed West so flexible. Able to push off from his half guard position.
Right here is why this sport should be fought in a cage. We did 2 years in M1, which was in a ring, and it showed me that in a position like this, someone will shrimp out under the bottom rope and the stand-up.
And you get that awkward restart. It's just, cage is definitely part of the sport.
We are headed to a rarity in MMA. Round number 5, Ed West versus Zach Makovsky. We are outside tonight in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, where a great crowd is in attendance at the Power and Light District. Round number 5. The final rounds of the final bout in Bellator's inaugural bantamweight tournament. Again, the winner of this fight will be crowned Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Ed West is in the red trunks. Zach Makovsky is in the navy blue trunks. Time called by referee Jason Herzog. Unintentional low kick by Zach Makovsky. West has a full 5 minutes.
You see here, not a dirty shot, but bang! Going for the thigh. A little bit high.
I think Jason Herzog is an outstanding referee in MMA. Certainly one of the best, and that was great refereeing. So take your time, you have 5 minutes. Too many referees do not remind fighters of the rule.
And also, fighters don't want to take their time 9 times out of 10. You don't want to look like it hurt, you don't want to milk the time, you just want to get back in there.
Time. Make sure you're good, man. Final round. How much time?
I think that's a sign of a great referee, talking to the fighters, communicating. Too many referees in this sport and in boxing, always trying to speed fighters up.
How much time is...
In the rules, and we're under the unified rules of combat, you get 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, how much time does he have left? Yeah?
Referee Jason Herzog,
right. You ready, fighter?
talking to our timekeeper, Martian Champion, and time ain't called.
Ed West has to turn it on in this round. If his corner's being honest with him, if he has a realistic understanding of the way it's going now, he's behind in the scorecards. I have it as a blank, but either way, he's got to know he's behind. Has to let it all hang out and get the finish here. Right now, I have it 40-36 for Zach Fun Size Makovsky. First round could have gone either way, but I don't know how you can see the last 3 rounds for anyone but Makovsky. But I've been wrong before. About a lot of things, but judging is certainly one of them.
You've been wrong, Jimmy, or the judges have been wrong, and you've been right?
Whatever. It would be unethical for me to criticize the athletic commission of a state in which I am working. So I don't have anything to say about that. Just throwing that out there.
A real privilege, at least as far as I'm concerned, to call round number 5. Jimmy, in all the fights we've done, I think we're closing in on something like 800 or 900. I think this is only the 2nd time that we've gone into the 5th round of a fight.
Wow, now you have me thinking about all the fights we have done. Most of them weren't 5-rounders anyway, but good job at Ed West. Once again, getting that guard back, staying tricky, but not threatening with any submissions.
How fit are these 2 men, Ed West and Zach Makovsky? They look like it's round 2.
No, they haven't slowed down at all in this 5th round.
Remember, coming up immediately after this bout, the final of Bellator's first ever heavyweight tournament, Neil Grove versus Cole Conrad. The winner will be crowned Bellator's inaugural World Heavyweight Champion.
Going rubber guard here, getting to mission control. Now trying to isolate the arm for the omoplata. Getting very high with the guard.
Do you think West realizes the urgency that he has to get a submission or some sort of finish?
If he understands the fight, he does. And I give him too much credit in terms of his fight knowledge to not know he's behind.
These are 2 really smart fighters. Articulate people, very bright, very analytical.
But this is exactly what we expected. A long fight, a tactical fight. Both fighters were very realistic about this fight's going to go the distance. That's what everyone believed. That's what I believed. And that's exactly what's happening.
See the knot on the forehead on the left side above the left eye of Ed West. And the cut that he suffered in the right brow has really been stopped. Rob Monroe, Dean Lassiter, Bellator's cutmen, they travel with us every week, the best in the business. In lesser hands, that's a very leaky cut.
Good ground and pound by Makovsky, trying to get that pass again.
This round really about positioning and body control.
I think this whole fight has been about positioning and body control. It's been Zach Makovsky who's just been a little bit ahead of the curve.
West again, somersaulting out. Single leg. West resisting that time. Successfully so.
West has Makovsky against the cage. He's got to turn it on. He has 1 minute left.
Some old school MMA, 2 foot stomps by Ed West. Makovsky didn't even flinch.
Shades of Marco Huas.
Into the 25th and final minute of this fight. Again, the winner will be crowned Bellator's first ever World Bantamweight Champion. A kick by West blocked. After the end of round 5, you will see the presentation of the title, and Jimmy Smith will speak to the victor. Final 30 seconds.
Ed West moving well, but he's got to land the kill shot in order to win this fight.
The fitness level of these 2 is off the charts.
Incredible. They're still moving like it's the first round. We knew they would come in great shape, and they did.
Dying seconds of this championship fight. The bell, the end of the bout. We're mere moments away from learning who will become Bellator's first ever world champion at 135 pounds. Jimmy, on your scorecard.
50-45 for Zach Makovsky. I thought it was a wipeout. We'll see if the judges agree.
Well, the decision will go to your judges' scorecards. Judge Jerry Griffin scores about 50-45, while judges Brett Miller and Jackson Harper both see the fight 49-46. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And now, the new Bellator World Bantamweight Champion, Zach Fun Size Makovsky.
Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World title. Our tale of the tape.
Vital statistic here. 69 inches of reach versus 63 for Zach Makovsky. Dantas needs to keep Makovsky on the outside at the end of his punches in order to be successful.
With the official introductions, here's Michael Williams.
Bellator Fighting Championships along with Caesars Atlantic City, routinely spectacular. Now present 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board, Commissioner Aaron Davis, Counsel Nick Lembo. And now, introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in at 135 pounds, the Season 5 tournament champion as a professional, brings 13 victories, 2 defeats. From Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, introducing Dudu Eduardo Dantas. And across the cage, the world champion fights out of the blue corner. At 5'4", weighing in at 134.5 pounds. Tonight, in his first title defense, he enters the cage with 14 professional victories, just 2 defeats. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Zach Fun Size Makovsky. And the referee, in charge of the action, Keith Peterson.
Both of you have been giving your instructions. Touch gloves if you like. Let's fight.
This world title fight is under the unified rules of MMA. It is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. You see Eduardo Dantas, he's in the white trunks. The champion Zach Makovsky in the black trunks, round number 1. Keith Peterson is the referee.
Makovsky fights in the southpaw stance, that right leg forward. That's the power leg for a wrestler. I think that's why he boxes that way, makes his takedown much easier.
Makovsky missing with the kick, that head kick blocked. Dantas talking about timing his knee on the shots of Zach Makovsky, and Dantas knows the shots of Makovsky are coming.
See already, Dantas so low in his stance. He's ready to sprawl. Wants to keep himself low. He doesn't want to let Zach Makovsky get underneath his punches. Good knee. Makovsky's one of those wrestlers in MMA who doesn't bull his way in. He doesn't charge you in clinch. He tends to set it up and time his takedowns from the outside. That's an important distinction in this fight. Oh man, big kick.
Big kick, Makovsky partially dropped, partially slipped. I think more of a slip. That kick by Makovsky did not get through.
See that right hand of Dantas is just glued to his chin.
Dantas just missing with that right. Dantas 5'7", Makovsky 5'4". Dantas a much different body type. Looks a lot taller, a lot longer than just the 3-inch height advantage.
It looks like all legs. Look at the size of Dantas' legs. That's how he puts so much juice on that kick. That's why those knees are so deadly.
Makovsky trying to walk through with those punches. No shots yet, no takedown attempts yet from the world champion, Zach Makovsky.
Man, what a kick.
Big kick by Dantas. Wow. There's the shot on the single leg. And there's the takedown, kicking out the back leg.
Yeah, I think he's had enough of fighting on the outside with this kid.
Clever by Makovsky. Went for the single leg, then kicked out the back leg.
Going for the omoplata. Wow, he's locking up the omoplata right now. He's cranking on it.
Beautiful turn by Makovsky to defend.
Great mobility by Zach Makovsky.
Closing in on the halfway point of round number 1 of this Bellator Bantamweight World Title fight. Eduardo Dantas versus the champion Zach Makovsky. Dantas looking for the up kick. Left hand on the dive in by Makovsky.
Once again, going again, trying to isolate that right arm. Going a little bit of rubber guard here, reaching underneath. He's isolating the right arm of Zach Makovsky. You see Makovsky holding onto the leg with his left hand. That's what he needs to do.
Dantas again thinking omoplata.
He can also go wrist lock from here. Not a lot of guys do it.
Makovsky popping free into the open guard now of Eduardo Dantas. Dantas trying to throw the right hand from his back. Good left hand passing the legs of Zach Makovsky. Dantas back to his feet.
I trained with Novignon in Brazil for 3 weeks. Everyone there is spectacular on the ground. Everybody from blue belts on up. Very tricky guard game.
Got 90 seconds here, Zach.
Dantas in stalking mode at the moment.
There's certain times where being the Fight Quest guy and everyone wants to roll with you is a good thing. In Brazil, it's not good. It's bad.
Move more, Zach. Move more.
Bouncing the step of Makovsky.
Step into it. Not committed.
Just coming forward. Makovsky on his bicycle.
Butt kick, Zach.
There's so much more to me than just the Fight Quest guy, Jimmy.
Thank you, Sean.
I did love that show. As did everybody who has anything to do with mixed martial arts. You're Elvis in this world.
I took a lot of beatings, and I appreciate that. It's appreciated.
Outside kick by Makovsky.
Now, this is what Makovsky's having trouble with, is his outside game. What does he do from the outside? He's getting tagged with kicks. A shot from this distance it's just too far. It's too easy to see.
Single leg shot, and again the takedown by the champion.
And he was able to get it.
Right hand now from Makovsky.
Man, I'm impressed with the balance of Eduardo Dantas right back to his feet. Look at the wrist control.
Head kick by Eduardo Dantas. Dantas feinting with the step in. Lands the body kick. A good start to this world title fight.
You see here the kicks of Eduardo Dantas, man, right to the ribs. Beautiful timing, great accuracy later on, going for the omoplata. And Zach Makovsky, great mobility, getting over the legs, escaping that. The Makovsky crowd, his family, so behind him.
Fight.
3 judges scoring cage side for the state of New Jersey. Jimmy, on your unofficial scorecard.
10-9 Eduardo Dantas. Makovsky got the takedown, but Dantas not just sitting there, going for submissions, able to get back to the feet where he has been controlling the action.
Dantas landing another kick.
I'm surprised he's not throwing more jabs. A lot of fighters, when they take on a wrestler, don't throw a lot of kicks. They don't want to get him caught. And he's throwing a ton of kicks. Look at the redness on the ribs of Zach Makovsky, Sean.
Makovsky trying to throw a head kick, finding no joy.
Butt kick. Go inside. Inside the leg when he steps in.
Makovsky staying on his toes. A lot of bounce in his step. Walking through, landing the right uppercut.
Butt kick now.
Oh, man. Good combination by Dantas, but man, back to his feet.
And again the takedown.
Oh, beautiful switch. Man, that is textbook wrestling.
Right hands now from Eduardo Dantas. Into side control.
That's a wrestling move. The outside switch, beautifully executed.
You see the knee on the belly by Eduardo Dantas.
Now this is a position we haven't really seen Zach Makovsky in. On his back, fighting off against a great jiu-jitsu black belt. Full mount now.
Full mounted cheat. Makovsky looking to go out the back door and could not find it.
What you don't want with Zach Makovsky is a scramble. You might win a tight jiu-jitsu game like this, but you don't want to scramble. He's very compact, he's very fast. Of course, that wrestling background, you got to keep tight on this kid.
Makovsky, even though he was a Division I college wrestler, he said, I'm not a great wrestler, I don't have great jiu-jitsu, but I am very proficient in both.
That's true, jack of all trades. With Dantas, I think the superior jiu-jitsu in this position. I think Zach Makovsky's guard game versus Dantas' top game is no contest. He's going to have a hard time sweeping or catching Eduardo Dantas from here.
Close guard now from the champion, Zach Makovsky. Dantas relentless thus far in this fight. Pulling out the leg, looking to dive in. Big wide right hand by Eduardo Dantas.
And look at the pressure. Man, that is Novignon. They know when to put pressure on, and they know when to stay light and move. Oh, now he's in trouble.
Giving his back, taking it away, but falls into the full mount of Eduardo Dantas. Dantas letting go.
He's up against the fence. Very hard to move here.
The second time in round 2 that Dantas has achieved full mount on Zach Makovsky. Big shots from the top from Dantas.
He is unloading on the champ, going for the rear naked, but he's not in good hip position.
Makovsky continuing to move, but stuck on the ground.
Well, look at that MMA Jiu-Jitsu. He doesn't go hard for something that he doesn't have. He'd rather sit up and punch than go too hard for the rear naked. Good ring sense there. You see, he pulled him off the cage and walked him a little bit toward the center of the cage, so he can't cage walk out. Now going for the head and arm choke.
Head and arm choke gets out from Eduardo Dantas.
And that's a Novignon specialty. Shaolin so good at this choke, you know he passed it on to Eduardo Dantas.
That is very
That's
tough.
it.
And that is
He's out.
A technical submission. Makovsky is out cold, and Eduardo Dantas is the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion.
Man, that is a great performance against a great fighter. Man, I am impressed, Sean. I am stunned.
23-year-old Eduardo Dantas, the prodigy from Brazil, is the champion of the world at 135 pounds.
Even this pro Zach Makovsky crowd is on its feet. Man, let's see if we can get another look at that. Man, on top, stepped over. This is how you do a side choke, an arm triangle choke. Zach Makovsky did the correct escape, trying to get space, but look at that pressure, no chance. Great refereeing. He saw he was out and ends up stopping him. You see here, has the head right next to the head of Zach Makovsky. Can't pull his left arm out. He tries to kick to get space, but no chance. Beautiful job by the Novignon black belt. He is elated. He is our new champion.
A dynamic and dominant performance from Eduardo Dantas. He is the new champion of the world in Bellator's bantamweight division. When we return, Jimmy Smith will speak to the winner, Eduardo Dantas, and he will receive his world championship belt. Eduardo Dantas was billed as the next big thing in MMA when he came to Bellator last year to enter the Season 5 Bantamweight tournament. He won that tournament, and now he wins the world title at 135 pounds. Mission accomplished for Eduardo Dantas. A fantastic performance. What class from Dantas, what class from the fallen champion Zach Makovsky, who did not tap a technical submission. He has been billed as a prodigy, and at 23 years old, he has lived up to that title. Eduardo Dantas also has a new title, and that is Bellator's Bantamweight World Champion. A technical submission win over Zach Makovsky in round number 2. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the arm triangle choke brings this fight to a halt. Official time, 3 minutes, 26 seconds into round number 2. The winner by technical submission, and now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
No question here. Look at that 6-year age gap. Not huge in terms of age, but think about the seniority of those 6 years. That's what Galvao has tonight.
Let's go back to Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Bellator MMA now presents 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the North Carolina Boxing Authority and brought to you tonight by 21 and Over. From the writers of The Hangover comes the outrageous new comedy 21 and Over in theaters March 1st. And now, introducing first, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in at 134.7 pounds. The tournament champion brings a professional record of 13 victories, 5 defeats with 1 draw. Originally from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, now out of New York, introducing Galvao. Across the cage, the champion fights out of the blue corner at 5'7", weighing in 134.6 pounds. Tonight, in his first title defense, he stands with 14 professional victories, 3 defeats, hailing from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, the blue, Archuleta Dantas. And the third man inside the cage, referee Dan Margliata.
This Bellator World Title fight is under the unified rules of MMA, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Are you ready, sir? You ready? Let's go, fight.
Round number 1. Our fight block is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time.
This is where the difference comes in the stand-up. Dantas quick, tight, technical. Galvao throws bombs from beginning to end.
Galvao in the white trunks, the champion Dantas in the red trunks. Hard kick by Galvao that lands. Side kick to counter by Dantas.
The difference fighting a team in is you've seen what they can do. You know the game they bring. Who will change it up?
And that's not on an emotional level, that's on a practical level.
And on technical level. You know, sparring sessions a lot of times become like dances. You know what they're going to do. They know what you're going to do. Who's going to break up the rhythm? You see the speed advantage already of Dantas. Quick jab, good slips.
Side kick again.
Man, fast kicks.
Stiff jab and another.
This is when Dantas is at his best. When he's tight, when he's respectful of the other guy's power. He respects the power of Galvao. He's ready to slip everything that comes at him.
Early on, Eduardo Dantas establishing that lightning fast left jab. It's a hard kick from Marcos Galvao.
Galvao does a lot of times, he encourages a brawl, just outslugs the other guy. You see Dantas not willing to engage him in that kind of fight. It's hit and run. Very smart. Dantas a lot faster than Galvao so far.
Galvao trying to get to the inside to no avail. Galvao not taking the back, standing with the waist cinch.
And both fighters, Novignon black belts. I think the jiu-jitsu advantage belongs to Galvao.
Bellator MMA live next Thursday night at Spike, on Spike, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. In the light heavyweight tournament semifinal round, King Mo versus Emmanuel Newton.
I was training this morning with Shaolin. We were rolling. Of course, he's in Galvao's corner. One of the coaches over at Novignon, he was telling me, you wouldn't believe the jiu-jitsu of Galvao. Really technical, really amazing, but he has to get Dantas down to use it. Dantas a black belt himself. He's no pushover on the ground. Zach Makovsky learned that the hard way.
It was a partial takedown from Galvao, but Dantas right back to his feet, holding this wide standing base.
Both guys very patient here. You cannot make a mistake when it comes to grappling with these guys.
Dan Margliata telling both fighters, keep working. Galvao was looking for the outside trip. Reach around punch from Dantas.
Great balance from Dantas.
You gotta work, you gotta work.
And Margliata trying to keep the action rolling. Bit of a stalemate at the moment. Dantas keeps looking to Margliata. I think Dantas was Trying to urge Leone with his eyes. He doesn't speak English into getting the restart. Instead, he created his own restart as he pulled out.
Galvao just not able so far to get his offense going. Big shot by Dantas.
Huge left hand.
Right now he's just flustered by the speed and the jab of Dantas.
How about that jab to the stomach by Dantas?
Accurate jab. Already a lot of damage on the left eye of Galvao.
That to me is an early theme for this fight. That sharp, quick, accurate jab of Eduardo Dantas.
It is very hard to win a striking battle if you cannot deal with your opponent's jab. Very difficult. Good left by Galvao.
Big right hand by Galvao. Clubbing right hand, the counter by Dantas.
Good right hand by Galvao.
Trading punches.
Dantas is being successful here, but he can't get into a slugfest.
Right hand from Galvao. Here comes round two. Jimmy, how did you see round number one?
10-9 Dantas, based mostly on the power of that jab, controlling the striking. Problem is, at the end of the first round, got a little bit wild, got a little bit into a little bit of a brawl with Galvao. That's what he wants to avoid.
In round one, Dantas suffered a cut in his right eyelid.
Bad spot.
In my opinion, the worst for a fighter.
Yeah, it wasn't a super bad cut, but the location is not good. Problem is, the jab is not Galvao's strong suit. It's going to be hard for him to really work that cut.
Round two of this Bellator Bantamweight World Title fight. Tournament champion Marcos Galvao versus Bellator Bantamweight World Champion Eduardo Dantas.
Jab just sticking in the face of Galvao every time.
Side kick from Marcos Galvao. Outside kick.
Good rule of thumb as a striker in a boxing match, you're in trouble if you can't deal with the jab. In a Muay Thai match, you're in trouble if you can't deal with the leg kick. Those are the bread and butter strikes.
High thigh kick there from Galvao. Then we see Dantas with the jab to the body. Push kick. High inside kick. The outside kick. Suddenly Dantas getting busier. Shavuot Shamalayev, the Russian knockout artist, versus Utah's own Rad Martinez in an emotional home.
Oh, big head kick! That hurt him.
That next Thursday, Bellator MMA on Spike, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. The intensity turning up here in round number two.
And that kick hurt Galvao. Nothing more dangerous than a corner tiger, though. See him backing into the fence, Galvao throwing his way out.
Push kick again. He partially landed that time from Dantas.
Look at Dantas, so much respect for the power of Galvao. He's playing to the outside, but he never stops moving, never stops angling. He doesn't relax. Keeping his defense tight.
Kick caught partially. Dantas pulls out. Spinning back kick. It's Dantas coming forward.
Big uppercut!
That's it. He's gonna finish it. He does. Eduardo Dantas, just like that, successfully defends his Bellator Bantamweight World Title.
Man, big shot. Stunned him, big follow-up. Wow. Starched him.
Tonight's fight replay is brought to you by the outrageous new comedy 21 and Over in theaters March 1st.
That's the kick that hurt Galvao. Backed him up. Galvao throwing his way out. You see here, but bang, once again, the head kick. That hurt him. Then later on, the knockout here. That uppercut right on the chin. Great follow-up. That is all she wrote. Just a couple of hammer fists.
Watch the head snap now of Galvao.
Look at the follow-up. Wow. Emotional moment for the champ, Eduardo Dantas. He did what he had to do, but not a lot of joy in this victory, Sean.
When we return, Jimmy Smith will speak to the champion, Eduardo Dantas. If ever there was a bittersweet victory, you just saw it.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the official time, 3 minutes, 1 second into round number 2. The winner by knockout and still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
Let's go to Jimmy. Let's see how our two main event fighters line up. Here's our tale of the tape. It's brought to you by Dave & Buster's. Eat, drink, play, watch sports.
Eduardo Dantas, 15-3, 5-0 in Bellator. He's looked spectacular in the Bellator cage.
Back we go to Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA along with WinStar World Casino and Resort now present live on Spike the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Scott Colbert. Tonight's world title fight is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator MMA. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. And now, introducing first the red corner. At 5'6", weighing in at 135 pounds even. His professional record, 13 victories, 6 defeats. Fighting out of Center Mall Riches, New York, presenting Anthony Leone. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the blue corner at 5'7", weighing in 134.7 pounds. In his second defense of the title tonight, he enters with 15 professional victories, only 3 defeats. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, introducing the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. This is for the Bellator Bantamweight Championship. There are no final questions from you, Blue. No final questions from you, Red. Touch gloves, I'm not ready to fight.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are presented by Victory Motorcycles. Ride one and you'll own one.
Anthony Leone, take away Dantas' space. Eduardo Dantas, very deadly at range. Also mix those takedown and striking attacks. Eduardo Dantas, he wants to start fast, use his speed advantage. He wants to stay aggressive, but not walk into any punches. That's been the problem he's had in the past.
The belt is on the line, scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. And here we go with round number 1. Tonight's Fight Clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Leone in the blue trunks, the champion Dantas in the red trunks. From Leone.
Controlled aggression from Dantas. In the past, a lot of flying knees, reckless attacks.
Leone catching that kick. He said he would go for the first takedown of the fight. He did, and he got it. Closed guard from Dantas.
In the first minute of the first round, that's what he wanted.
Huge walk from Dantas. Stiff guard from the bottom.
Dantas, very long legs, trying to control the wrist. It's a triangle setup. They come from wrist control. Looking to control the right wrist.
Next Friday night, we're in Chicagoland. The Bellator Featherweight World title is on the line. Strauss, the champion, Kern, the former champion. Complete that trilogy live on Spike.
Dantas very active with his guard. Going from Triangle to armbar. Very long legs.
Body triangle now held by Eduardo Dantas. Lets it go. Dantas so active on the bottom, Jimmy.
Leone's got to be very careful with his ground and pound. You see him landing short shots here. Doesn't want to give Dantas any opportunities for a submission. Leone beasts on the ground.
See Leone working the ribcage with the left hand.
Being very patient, very cautious. Short punches to the ribs and the head.
Dantas now throwing from the bottom. Low close guard now from Eduardo Dantas. Leone really doing a good job of keeping his base and keeping his composure thus far.
This is the kind of pressure fight he wanted. Or is control on the other side now. Just keeping Leone honest, but Leone finding his opportunities, landing short punches.
Body, head, body with the left hand from Leone. Body, head with the right hand.
Keep working, guys. Keep working. We're fine.
Jason Herzog telling both fighters, keep working. A new episode of Impact Wrestling, Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Spike. Jimmy, a lot of composure thus far from Anthony Leone.
From the activity of Eduardo Dantas, he knows he can't get wild with the ground and pound and leave something behind. Fighting very efficiently. Dantas might want to switch strategies, stop going for submissions, and try and hold on to him, get a stand-up at this point. Only a minute 15 left.
Last sequence, Leone landed a big elbow. To the body triangle for Dantas.
Just gotta keep working to finish the fight.
And Herzog telling both fighters, keep working. 50 seconds remaining, round number 1 of this world title fight. Jimmy, what did Anthony Leone tell us he wanted? Get the first takedown of the fight and then go to work with top game ground and pound.
His fight so far. Now he's opening up a little bit with those short elbows.
And get that elbow through.
It's a good way to generate a lot of power and cut somebody without winding up. Turnover elbow.
It's the end of round number 1.
Fighter, you're in your corner here. Hey, hey. Hey. Second round.
Efficient ground and pound by Anthony Leone.
Jimmy, scorecard-wise, what do you think round 1?
10-9 for Anthony Leone. It wasn't pretty, didn't do a lot of damage, but control and ground and pound. It was the fight he wanted.
Really missing with that right hand, exploding in.
Nice jab.
Both fighters very cautious, very controlled to start round number 2.
I have to wonder if Dantas is going to hesitate to throw any more leg kicks. Not want to spend another round on his back.
Then you see Leone trying to walk in with those punches. Dantas trying to counter with the jab.
See the speed advantage of Dantas. Leone, hands very high, nice left hook.
Jimmy Dantas told us, above all else, my biggest advantage is speed in this fight.
That's the control I was talking about. Went for a flying knee. A little too aggressive. It gave Leone the takedown opportunity.
A new episode of Ink Master, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern time on Spike.
Tattoo I got on that show has held up great, by the way.
I just got fresh ink, but no cameras there. Then again, I don't live in LA like you. I'm not from Hollywood.
Color doesn't always hold up. Those of you out there don't have tattoos.
Very measured pace from both fighters here in round 2. Leone spending a lot of round 1 on the ground on top of the champion, Dantas.
Dantas lowering his stance, using that jab. Sticking with the straight punches. Now what Leone has not done is initiated into the takedown. He's kind of been waiting for Dantas to overextend himself.
That was a slip from Dantas, and you saw Leone trying to explode forward.
Yeah, he's trying to take advantage of Dantas' aggression, but he hasn't punched his way into a takedown yet. He hasn't been the one getting off first to set up the takedown.
Halfway through round number 2 of this world title fight. Dantas continually sticking out that jab.
Getting out of the way of the hook. Straight lines are beating the wide lines of Anthony Leone when it comes to the punches.
Small abrasion under Leone's left eye. It's a good right hand from Eduardo Dantas. Superman punch from Leone, nothing there.
Quick jab. He's been able to take advantage of the kicks of Dantas, hasn't been able to take advantage of the punches because Dantas has been tight and efficient with them.
Flash from Leone, again trying to drive in.
Now see, that time he threw some punches and went into the takedown. That's mixing it up effectively. Great flexibility by Dantas.
Dantas doing very well to defend.
Leone's still going hard for it.
Leone tenaciously going for the single leg. Look at that balance from the champion Eduardo Dantas.
And flexibility.
Bad position, the great position now for Dantas. Leone still going back to the single leg.
Oh, man! How slick was that from Eduardo Dantas? And there's the tap! And there's the successful title defense!
Highlight reel submission by the champ, Eduardo Dantas. I love seeing that.
World-class finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time, 2 minutes, 4 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission and still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas.
Look at the experience of Rafael Silva. He's on a 13-fight win streak. That's the total number of fights Joe Warren has had in his career.
Back we go to Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA, along with Revel, Atlantic City now, present live on Spike the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the interim Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned tonight by the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board. Cage side this evening, Commissioner Aaron Davis. Counsel is Mr. Nick Lembo. Tonight's world title fight is brought to you by Miller Lite, the official beer of Bellator MMA. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. And now, introducing first the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 136.9 pounds, the tournament winner brings an impressive professional record of 21 victories, only 3 defeats, hailing from Camboriú, Santa Catarina, Brazil, Rafael Morcego Silva. And across the cage, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner at 5'6", weighing in 134.6 pounds. Tonight, looking to become a 2-time, 2-weight class Bellator World Champion, he enters with 10 professional victories, 3 defeats, fighting out of Monument, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, the baddest man on the planet, Joe Warren. And the referee in charge of the action, Gasper Oliver.
Guys, you know the rules. Let's keep this fight clean. Protect yourself all the time. Obey my commands. You understand? All right, let's touch gloves. Touch glove. All right, step back, please.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are presented by Victory Motorcycles. Ride one and you'll own one.
Remember, Joe Warren has been knocked out at 135. He wants to test Joe's chin and stay busy on the ground. Don't let Joe Warren just put pressure on him. For Joe Warren, close that distance, make it a Greco fight, and keep the pressure on. He prides himself on his conditioning.
Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight!
The bell in round number 1. Tonight's fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's the official beer of Bellator, and it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Silva looking for the outside trip.
Stop grabbing cages.
Brazilian Rafael Silva is in the white trunks. Joe Warren is in the black trunks.
Man, Rafael's committed to this takedown.
And he gets it true to what he told us.
He did, man. Greco-Roman world champion. He just picked him up and dropped him.
Silva now taking the back, both hooks in.
Welcome to exactly where he didn't want to be, on the ground, both hooks in. Complaining that he's grabbing the glove.
You can grab your own glove, you cannot grab your opponent's glove. Silva talking to Gasper Oliver about that issue.
This is uncharted territory for the most part for Joe Warren. He's used to being on top and in control on the ground. Good explosion back to the feet.
Warren trying to turn.
Nice short knee.
Silva, Jimmy staying very tight. Right hands now from Warren. Silva just not giving Warren any space.
None at all. And you think this is where Warren wants to be. Differences between Greco and freestyle is very close. There's almost no space in Greco.
Big knee to the body from Warren. Now some separation. Stiff left hand from Warren.
Trying to lock up the guillotine. He's cranking it hard.
And lost it. Warren, though, holding top position. Both fighters being extremely aggressive. Round number 1.
We're seeing a lot of new skills. Rafael going hard for the takedown, taking down Joe Warren, and Joe Warren trying to submit the submission specialist.
Rafael Silva looking for the up kick. Smart by Warren. Dropped to one knee to ground himself, taking away the legal option of a head kick. To the rib cage from Warren.
Right now, Joe staying very safe. Put his weight too far forward. Now trying to turn the corner on Silva.
Silva with the body lock. Bouncing the step of Warren. Now moving forward, center of the Bellator cage. Nothing with that jump knee. Silva
Nice
to the body.
One tendency Warren has had in the past. He rushes in without moving his head. That was a good uppercut. That hurt him. Another good right hand.
Uppercut. Silva now looking to finish. Warren fires back.
Man, he had him hurt.
Crushing right uppercut thrown and delivered by Rafael Silva.
And that takedown, I think, really saved Warren. He was hurt. He was eating right hands. Looks like he's clearing the cobwebs here.
Silva looking to sweep. Now sitting up.
Oh, one's up. Okay.
I don't think there was an up kick. I think he was going for a triangle. Saw a warning there, but I think he was throwing his leg up for a triangle, Sean.
I agree with you, Jimmy. Just a foot moving the position rather than an intended kick from Rafael Silva. That's how I saw it anyway.
So he's in triangle position, he's controlling that wrist, can't step over.
Tight close guard from Silva. Warren, heavy pressure with his forearm.
This is where Warren has done so much damage in past fights. On top, in the guard, wearing his opponents down.
Warren looking for the hammer fist now. Very aggressive round number 1 from both fighters.
This is the punch that hurt Joe Warren. Loose uppercut, snaps his head back. Got it here, a beautiful shot.
Back it up.
And then followed up. Silva landed 3 or 4 good right hands to the chin. Warren able to take him down and get back into this fight.
Jimmy, how did you score round 1?
Based a lot on that ability to hurt Warren, I went 10-9 Silva. I gave him the edge in the striking. Got a takedown of his own, but 10-9 Silva, man. Once again, getting back to it with the jab.
Silva said, I'm superior in every aspect of fighting of Joe Warren. And I said, does that include wrestling? He said, yes, it does. He said, Joe Warren has no idea the level of wrestling that I possess.
Yeah.
Joe Warren won in Greco-Roman wrestling both a world championship and a World Cup.
I remember watching him when he was at the University of Michigan. All-American there, you know, he's got a good double A, good folk style as well.
Separation from Silva as Warren tried to take the back.
The question is, as this fight goes into the deeper water, Silva did not have the notice Joe Warren had. Joe Warren's been training for a long time for this fight. Prides himself on his conditioning, on his work ethic. Can Silva win a long fight?
So the bounce in the step of Warren as he moves backwards.
Until that Silva's been working on that uppercut to catch Joe Warren coming in.
Back kick, that lands.
Quick with that right hand release. Both with the uppercut and the straight right. Problem is Joe is falling back into bad habits we saw early in his career, rushing in and taking punches.
Getting the uppercut, that landed big for Silva in round 1. Shot from Warren. Warren with the trip gets the takedown.
The problem is that Warren hasn't had an easy time stabilizing on Silva. He's taking him down, but Silva doing a good job getting space, getting back to his feet, making him work all over again.
Warren just missing with that right hand.
Warren's eating a lot of punches. One of the questions, oh, nice uppercut again.
Silva looking to turn up the volume with his strikes, turn up the power.
One of the questions I had coming into this fight, after the knockouts by Alexis Villa, the beating by Pat Kern, was his chin shot. Could he still take a punch? He's shown that he can. The bad news is he's showing that he can. He's eating a lot of punches.
What do you say, Jimmy? You never want to be known for taking
Never
a punch.
want to be known for your chin. Something wrong with that.
Jump knee from Warren, caught and then dropped by Silva. Right back to his feet. Silva did not bounce.
I think he's confident on the feet. He's doing well with his punches.
Slip off of the spinning back kick that didn't land. Warren did pounce.
Doesn't want to do that though.
.145 remaining round 2.
Warren right now just sitting on this position, looking for him to turn and burn, try and take the back. Man, good job by Silva. Talked about his work ethic, I talked about the notice he's had, but he looks very fatigued right now, Sean.
Trying to get back to his feet, and he does.
Beautiful job taking him back down by Silva. When he told us that, I'm gonna out-wrestle him, you and I looked at each other like, I don't know if that's a good idea. It's working out for him so far. I'm impressed with his wrestling.
As am I. Final minute now, round number 2.
People at home don't understand if you don't follow wrestling at the college level or at the international level. There's a lot to it that doesn't translate to MMA. The turns, some of the throws, the point system. It's pretty much takedowns in MMA.
Right hand from Warren.
You say all day, oh, I've been wrestling my whole life, but a lot of that's dedicated to things that don't necessarily translate to MMA. In MMA, it's mostly about the takedown. Some control elements, but you know, the freestyle turns, stuff like that don't work.
See the wrist control? Warren back to his feet, eats a knee. Silva, true to his word, has gone for takedowns and has tried to out-wrestle Joe Warren. Closing seconds now, round number 2. Here comes round 3. A victory gives Joe Warren Bellator's interim bantamweight world championship, makes him a Bellator 2 weight division champion. Previously held the title at featherweight. Rafael Silva looking for 14 straight victories. Jimmy, how do you have it?
I have it 2-0 for Rafael Silva, both 10-9. Based on basically his ability to land good punches on the feet, on the ground. Warren not able to. Oh my God! Big right hand!
Head kick attempt from Warren, missed the mark. Warren, though, being cautious, then eats a left hand as he steps in.
As Silva cleared the cobwebs, that was a big right. Good right of his own.
Jimmy, Warren landed that big right and then did not step in aggressively.
Apparently decided to go back to his Street Fighter experience. Threw a flying, jumping kick. I don't know why he would do that. Oh, wow!
Huge right hand from Silva. Warren driving for the takedown, and he gets it.
That was a big technical mistake by Warren. Had him hurt, and then... So watch Bloodsport too many times. I don't know what the deal was with that.
Alvarez Chandler 3. Rampage King Mo. It's our Bellator pay-per-view live Saturday night, May 17th. Starts with our prelim show. You will see that on Spike, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Just for clarification, our prelims live and free on Spike, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. Our pay-per-view broadcast will begin 10 p.m.
Now, this is what Silva can't afford to do, is sit on the bottom, let Joe Warren work him over, take the energy out of him with his ground and pound. He cannot allow this to happen.
See the blood on the face of Joe Warren. Short elbow. Finding that.
4 finishes in 10 victories. Joe Warren generally wears fighters out. He does it here on top with his ground and pound. Silva can't sit here and be passive if he wants to win this fight. It's a 5-rounder, 2 rounds in the bank, will not do it.
Warren stacking Rafael Silva. Goes back to close guard. Warren starting to land from in tight, Jimmy.
Looks like Silva's taking a break here. Silva with a high guard, but not angling his hips. Now looks like he's looking for an arm.
Looking for the arm.
And the elbow's out. He's not going to get it.
They're now throwing knees to defend. Out of armbar danger is Joe Warren. Short elbow from Warren. This is Bellator Live on Spike, coming to you tonight from Revel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. At stake, the interim Bantamweight World Championship. Rafael Silva, the Brazilian, in the bottom position. Joe Warren won the world title of Bellator 145, trying to do it at 135. Warren leading with his head. A lot of swelling, blood around Warren's left eye.
It's the first time in the fight that Warren has been able to dictate the action, has been on top, and has been able to keep Silva grounded.
Big elbows. Those are legal. They're off the spine. "25 seconds remaining, round 3. Scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Warren looking to grind away, holding this top position. Half guard of Rafael Silva. We're headed to the championship rounds.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
A lot of damage above Joe Warren's left eye. Montoya, between rounds, telling his man Joe Warren, top position, that's where we want you to be. Jimmy, how do you have the score? Takedown from Warren.
Have it 2 rounds to 1. I gave Joe Warren the last round 10-9. This is where Warren wants to be. Just like his corner said, on top, taking over with ground and pound.
First time that either fighter, Jimmy, has gone past 3 rounds. Warren holding onto the leg. Silva working his way free back to his feet.
That's the question. Now that we're in the championship rounds, does Silva have the gas to keep up with Warren? Warren in the past has always made it about guts, heart, his endurance. Ground and pound in round number 3, 22-1 for Joe Warren, starting to pull away. Starting to make things like conditioning a factor in this fight.
Silva trying to control the ankle, throwing the left hand. That last shot from Silva was from distance, Jimmy. Joe Warren's career, no one has ever shot on him from distance in MMA. Short knee from Silva. Big power takedown from Warren. The swelling outside of Silva's left eye.
Warren on top.
See that severe swelling in the cut. Left eyelid of Joe Warren. Doesn't seem to be a factor though right now.
Yeah, but this is a bad position for Silva to be in. He needs to explode, get back to his feet. Need one hook in, but a lot of weight, a lot of pressure. This is how you let rounds slip away when you're fighting Joe Warren.
We're trying to take the back of Rafael Silva, 1 hook in. Trying to get the 2nd hook in.
Now in full mount. Can't keep it though.
Silva exploding into a waist cinch. Silva's been very slippery, very creative with his ground game.
The last 2 rounds, it's been Joe Warren being the aggressor.
Crotch, good takedown from Warren. Starting to really implement his wrestling now, Jimmy.
Oh, going for the switch. Joe Warren, though, scrambling right with him. Now going to the power half. It's another wrestling move.
See how little space Warren is giving Silva right now.
Silva right now really has to dig to get back in this fight. Because this is what Joe Warren lives for the last 10 minutes. Championship rounds is what Warren lives for.
Gasper Oliver just warned Joe Warren, elbow to the back of the head.
I think Silva a little too focused on the takedown at this point in the fight. I think he might want a little distance and work on that eye. But these wrestling exchanges, both guys grappling like this, Joe Warren's been wrestling his whole life. You know, he's going to spend a lot less energy in these positions.
Almost looking for a pile driver position, like a gut wrench suplex. It would be illegal, by the way. You cannot spike your opponent. Not with the pile driver from pro wrestling, and not even a Karelin lift. Seconds remaining, round number 4. Warren is spinning effortlessly to the back.
Time.
We will go to the 5th and final round. Rafael Silva versus Joe Warren. We have reached the 5th and final round.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight!
On the line, Bellator's interim Bantamweight World Championship. Jimmy, how do you have this?
I agree completely with Marcelo Brigadero. I think it's 2-2. I think whoever wins this 5th round wins this fight. I also agree when he said he should not be shooting, trying to take Warren down.
Warren jumping onto the back of Rafael Silva. You see he's keeping himself grounded. Not that there's any danger of being kneed to the head at the moment. Silva trying to explode, Warren matching it. Rafael Silva versus Joe Warren. 5th and final round of this Bellator interim Bantamweight World title fight.
Rafael Silva going for the switch with Joe Warren staying so tight. A takedown differential, that's been the difference, especially later on in the fight after round number 2. That's when Joe Warren's been taken over.
Doing a very good job, Jimmy, of holding position. Really, since the start of round 4, he's given Silva, standing and on the ground, very little space.
No warning by the referee here yet. No, that's an illegal knee.
Silva was grounded. Time called by Gasper Oliver.
Time.
Silva had grounded himself with his right hand.
No, you hit his face. I know you did.
I thought his hands
But
were
you have
up
to
on
be
his head.
control of yourself, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stay right there. Stay.
sorry.
Hey, stay right there, bro.
Take a look at it here. Yeah, both hands on the mat.
Stay right there. Don't worry about it.
It's an illegal knee.
All right?
Doesn't look egregious, doesn't look like a point-taking knee, but you never know. That's a judgment call.
Come on up. Sit right here. Come on up. Sit down. Ask him how he's feeling. He's all right? Go over there.
A little bit dizzy about this.
A little dizzy? You want the doctor to come here and check you? You okay? No? You sure? Okay, so we're going to fight right now, okay? All right.
Olha
here
aqui,
we go.
centro do octógono.
Stay right here.
Under the unified rules, low blow, you're given 5 minutes.
Be in control,
Your
okay?
situation, a
I know you
quote-unquote
did, but be in
reasonable amount of
control,
time.
right? Oh, stay right there. You ready? Are you ready? Ready? Fight!
Sorry.
Brigadero declined the doctor for Silva. Time in. Our 5th and final round continues.
Says sorry, touches glove, punches him in the face. Welcome to MMA.
Warren right back to the inside. And you see Silva keeping himself grounded. Knees to the thigh, now to the rib cage.
Silva, though, has to come up with something big halfway through the 5th round. This is a Joe Warren kind of fight.
Absolutely.
Grinding, smothering top control. This is what he wants.
And he was also rocked in the stand-up.
Fight, fight.
Virtually every fight.
How can his wife, Christy, continue to turn out? Her husband always gets punched hard, win or lose. Things going the way of Joe Warren right now, implementing his wrestling, his top game, his positional dominance over Rafael Silva. Nothing, and I mean nothing, though, has been settled or decided yet. 1:45 remaining round 5.
The pressure's on Silva right now. Keeps going this way. Joe Warren wins this fight. Just like he did against Pitbull when he was throwing up before the fight. Doesn't matter, he keeps the pressure on. When Joe Soto was having his way with him in the opening round, he came back, knocked him out in the 2nd round. He makes it about heart and guts.
Trying to land from very short range. Minute 25. Warren just relentless with his top game position, Jimmy.
I think he's about a minute away from being a champion once again. We talked about all the new skills he had acquired, all the stuff he was doing better. Turned out to be the stuff he always had, the wrestling, the endurance. That proved the difference in this fight to me on my scorecard.
"15 seconds remaining. Warren not giving up position.
10 seconds.
Looking to land in the final seconds. Short elbows from Warren. More elbows. The bell and the end of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, Ricardo Almeida, Eric Colon, and Carlo Urso, all see the fight exactly the same at 48-47, all for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the interim Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, the baddest man on the planet, Joe Warren.
Joe Warren is Bellator's first ever 2-weight class world champion. A look now at our tale of the tape.
Look at the record. Joe Warren, 11-3 as a pro, but only 4 finishes. Eduardo Dantas, 16 wins, 10 finishes.
Let's go. Round number 1.
No surprise here. Joe Warren bowling right forward for the takedown.
Warren in the black and white trunks, the Brazilian Dantas in the black trunks. All of his talk of striking, and Joe Warren immediately comes inside.
Don't grab anything.
Dantas do a good job defending here.
You surprised, Jimmy, how quickly Warren closed the distance?
Not even a little bit. He can talk all he wants about his improved striking. He knows the key to this fight is his wrestling.
Let's go, we gotta work.
Call for action from John McCarthy. Knees from Warren.
I don't expect Dantas to do too much here. He's gonna hold on, maybe wait for a restart, circle out when the opportunity presents itself. It's not worth one knee or one strike to get pulled to the ground.
Warren really believed coming into this fight that he would be physically stronger, markedly stronger than Eduardo Dantas.
He's got grappler strength. He's been wrestling his entire life.
looking for the level change. See, Warren has taken Dantas into his own corner. Shouting instructions, Warren's chief trainer, Mark Montoya. Always smart, that's a veteran move, Jimmy. Take your opponent into your own corner.
Warren chest to chest, driving forward, classic Greco-Roman, now dropping levels. I always say it, a Greco-Roman world champion, also an All-American at the University of Michigan. Took third his senior year.
Come on, gotta work.
Call for action again from McCarthy. Dantas working hard to keep his feet, defend this Warren takedown attempt. Grinding pressure from Warren.
This is a Warren kind of fight. Chasing after the takedown.
Knee from Warren, that landed.
Caught him again.
Knee from Warren. There's the cartwheel kick. He told us he would throw that, Jimmy. And that draws a smile from Dantas.
Sorry I doubted you, Joe Warren. He threw it. But Eduardo Dantas, I think, a little taken aback.
Dantas trying to open up with the punches. Counter knee from Warren.
Warren finding a home for that knee. Taking advantage of that very high guard of Eduardo Dantas.
Dantas threw that knee, then looked to his own corner.
Oh, nice
Big elbow
over the top.
from Dantas.
A little stumble from Dantas. Don't know what that was about.
Jump attempt again from Joe Warren.
Dantas has learned. He's got to respect now the power of Joe Warren. He's kneed him a couple times. It's not just wrestling now. But I like what Joe Warren did. He came out with his old tools. Now he's using his new tools.
Warren just missed with the overhand right. Warren throwing a lot of knees from the inside. The body lock and the takedown.
Dantas giving up his back. Not showing any respect for the jiu-jitsu of Joe Warren.
Warren high in the ride over the top. "50 seconds remaining in a very entertaining round number one of this world title fight. Warren holding on to that body lock. Lots of knees, lots of short knees, Jimmy, from Warren.
Don't grab it, Eduardo.
Warren is fighting for a long fight. He lives in deep water. He's used to winning decisions. He knows he can kind of chop away at Eduardo Dantas, drag him into the fourth, fifth round.
No, no.
A look of determination on the face of Joe Warren.
I was going to say, so far, fighting a very mature fight. New tools, but same game plan.
Dantas willing to take those knees.
Man, going hard for the Kimura.
The bell, the end of round one. Eduardo Dantas said the two areas where he can dominate Joe Warren are in striking and in top position.
You ready? Get it on.
Dantas very tellingly, Jimmy, said, Joe Warren can defend a few of my submissions. He can't repeatedly defend my submissions.
So far, Dantas' submission game has not been an issue.
Scorecard, Jimmy, round one.
10-9, Joe Warren. He was the aggressor. He landed the more meaningful strikes. That's what Joe Warren cannot do. Rush in, eat those straight punches to Dantas.
Watch your fingers.
I would say that first round helped Joe Warren's confidence, but he's always confident.
Warren ate the knee and then hit the takedown. Butterfly guard from Eduardo Dantas.
You can believe this, 18 of 22 on the kicks for Joe Warren. Dantas only 2 of 2.
Go grab it.
Our stats courtesy of CompuStrike. Warren thought about walking up the back.
He wants wrestling type control, not jiu-jitsu type control.
Showing patience, trying to cut the angle now in the stand-up.
Also staying behind his jab. It's much easier for Joe Warren to push in and get in that Greco-Roman clinch position off the right hand than it is off the jab. With the jab, you can throw it and still stay at range. Oh, nice takedown. Foot sweep.
Incredibly slick from Dantas on the foot sweep.
Little judo there. Warren just not used to operating from his back. We saw against Rafael Silva that his guard has improved.
Stepping in the full mount, now is Eduardo Dantas.
Yeah, but very difficult to use up against the fence. Warren's in good position. If he can get his legs underneath him and pop back up, what Dantas wants to do is circle him to the left, pull him off the fence. Then he can really use that mount. I don't see what he's doing here. Going for what I call the gift trap, holding that hand. If he can grab it with his right hand, then he's free to land the left.
Just loses wrist control.
He's got to circle Warren off that fence. Just can't do a ton of damage here.
Don't grab the fence.
Short right hands from Dantas. Warren sitting up, but not through and out.
Put your hands up.
John McCarthy, you see, just slapping the right hand of Dantas. Fingers in the cage. Good explosion from Joe Warren.
Switching to the single leg. Look for him to pull out and circle, and he doesn't do it. Throws the knee instead.
Warren circles out.
Talked about the development of Joe Warren. Eduardo Dantas showing a lot of maturity in this fight. Oh, nice left hook.
Dantas landing that. Warren driving through. Transition to the waist cinch.
Let go of the glove, Joe.
Joe Warren initiating the clinch, but a little hesitant about the takedown itself. Doesn't want to land in a submission.
Spinning back fist from Dantas.
Finding his range now. Forget the talk. These guys really respect one another's skills. You can tell by the way they're fighting. Joe Warren being, I would say, careful, judicious with the takedown. Eduardo Dantas being judicious with the strikes. Both guys know the other is dangerous. Oh, beautiful knee
from Dantas.
I think that hurt him.
45 seconds to go round two.
Still driving forward for that takedown.
Dantas couldn't find the tie plum. Coming forward again with purpose is Eduardo Dantas.
Yeah, but that clinch position getting harder and harder to get and keep for Joe Warren.
Tenaciously getting the takedown, but not in an advantageous position.
Nope. That's the counter to this takedown. It's literally sit on the back of your opponent's head.
Warren hits the takedown there. Dantas right back to his feet.
This is how we caught Anthony Leone.
Stop there, guys.
That's the end of round two. Joe Warren versus Eduardo Dantas for Bellator's Bantamweight World title. Big smile on the face of Dantas, touch of gloves to start round three.
Both guys have shown I'm not going away easily. You might have your moments. I'm staying in this fight. That's an important message. Nice combination.
A chopping kick that spins Joe Warren.
That's what I love about Dantas' striking style. Tight, fast combinations. He's fast for a bantamweight. No loopy punches, everything inside tight, very hard to see. It's his mentor, Marcos Galvao. Galvao just couldn't see those punches coming.
Short kick from Warren on the inside. Feint on the kick from Dantas.
And he's doing what his coach told him. He's switching stances, trying to confuse Warren with his footwork, make him hesitate.
We're trying to explode through with punches, nothing there. Dantas coming right back forward, Jimmy.
Warren usually successful with his takedown 70%. You saw that before the fight. He has not had that kind of success so far.
Warren hits that takedown. Dantas told us, look, Warren takes me down, it's not a big deal. I feel that I can submit him from my back. I know Warren has great takedowns. It's not a defeatist attitude, maybe a realistic attitude.
Yeah. What you don't want to do against a guy like Warren is draw a line in the sand that he's not going to take me down.
Low close guard from Eduardo Dantas.
You have to acknowledge you're going to spend some time on your back. You got to work. Going hard for the triangle. Warren trying to step over. In armbar trouble now.
Warren stacked Dantas. Dantas nearly caught his left arm.
Dantas being active from his back, but Joe Warren being active with his ground and pound, trying to throw those elbows over the top.
Small cut under the eye to do an elbow.
Warren, you see, trying to throw the grinding, raking right elbow, then the big elbow just misses.
Now, if he misses with that elbow, you saw what Dantas briefly tried to do, which is get under the arm. End up in a duck under kind of arm triangle position.
Go.
Going for the Kimura. Can't get it.
Saw the explosion on the attempt, though, from Eduardo Dantas.
Fight.
Uppercut from Warren. Kick under the armpit, partially caught.
It's not a good sign that Warren caught that and couldn't capitalize.
Spinning back fist.
They grab it.
McCarthy again warning Dantas, let go of the fence.
Look, he has a good switch. We saw that against Zach Makovsky, but he can't get it this time. Still fighting.
Dantas trying to scramble. Warren almost had full mount. Now to the half guard of Dantas. Warren trying to take the back. Dantas too fluid in his movement. Grinding elbow from Warren.
In arm triangle position, it's going to be hard to finish that in half guard. Wisely lets it go.
Let's go. Let's work. Come on.
McCarthy telling both fighters to work, but that was obviously targeted at Joe Warren holding top position.
Trying to sit out and come out the back, maybe get a sweep. There are a few from this angle, but
Let's work. Let's work. Come on.
hard to pull off the kind of pressure Joe Warren is able to put on you.
"15 seconds remaining, round 3.
The glove.
Looming are the championship rounds. The bell, and here they come.
Don't grab his glove, okay? Ah, yeah. You ready? Let's get it on.
Here we go with round 4. Jimmy, how do you have it?
I have Joe Warren up 2 rounds to 1. I gave him that last round, 10-9.
See Warren sitting low. Chopping outside kick from Dantas.
Watch your
Feint
fingers.
on the jump knee from Eduardo Dantas. Well timed by Warren under the right hand.
That power strike. Joe Warren going with the crab ride. Can leave you vulnerable to a knee bar. He steps over and gets that leg in between. Now he's going to turn. Trying to scramble, but the cage is in the way for Eduardo Dantas.
Dantas pushing off with the cage walk.
Got him.
Beautifully done by Eduardo Dantas.
You can't keep Joe Warren there.
It's an explosion from Warren.
That's what wrestlers are good at, that scramble position.
To the center of the Bellator cage, bouncing the step of Warren. Hands high from Dantas.
Dantas can't let Joe Warren off the hook when he throws punches like that. He comes in throwing wide hooks, overhand rights. He has to make him pay.
Get over there.
High poke time called by John McCarthy.
Come here. It's all right. Come here. No, it's all right. Look, turn around. Stay right there. It's okay. Clear it out.
Yep.
Stay right there.
Break his fingers across the eye.
Take your time. You see me? Clear.
A low blow gets you 5
there.
minutes. In fighter rules of the ABC,
Not intentional, okay?
calls for a reasonable
Fingers-
amount of time.
You just stuck him in the eye and everything. Keep your hands, if you're not coming up, keep them up, okay? Ready? Fight!
That concludes the reasonable amount of time. Time in.
And he dives right in.
Elbow strikes from Dantas. Grinding pressure from Warren.
It's a round that Eduardo Dantas cannot afford to give away. Does not want to go into the 5th round down 3-1. Don't want to be in the position where you need a finish, especially against a guy like Joe Warren. Very aggressive, good at controlling a round.
Big left hand from Dantas.
That's a good way to get the round back.
Left, right, left in the final punch in the sequence. Backed off Warren, but Warren driving right back through again. Tenacious as always. Warren again with the waist cinch. Back to the short knees for Joe Warren. .155 remaining round 4.
Dantas had a lot of trouble breaking the grip of Joe Warren. It's a classic wrestling position. He's done this for a long time. Now finally able to get away from it, but good takedown by Dantas. Warren just out-scrambling him again.
Dantas trying to pull out back to his feet. Good right hand by Dantas. Warren again coming forward, ducking down the level change.
The longer this fight goes, the less Joe Warren wants to do with the striking of Eduardo Dantas.
Warren again, you see the waist cinch. He's held this position a lot in this fight.
This round so far very hard to score. Dantas has landed the more efficient, the more damaging strikes. He's been the aggressor with the punches. Joe Warren has been bowling forward with the takedown. Hasn't gotten a ton of them, hasn't done a ton with it.
Come on, work.
McCarthy again calls for action. Tells both fighters to work. More short knees from Joe Warren. Not much on them, though.
Got to make Joe Warren pay for coming forward like that. He did it in the first couple rounds. He hasn't done it in these last couple.
Spinning back kick.
Oh, good
Big knee.
That caught Joe Warren. That hurt him.
Closing seconds, 4th round. Smile on the face of Warren.
Another good one, too.
Dantas coming forward. Misses with that spinning back fist.
Time.
We are headed to the 5th and final round. To the winner goes Bellator's Bantamweight World title.
You ready? Let's get on.
How about it, Jimmy?
I have it all tied up. I gave Dantas the last round 10-9. I thought he landed the sharper combinations. Joe Warren in clinch position, but didn't do as much with it. thought Dantas really had him hurt at the end of that round. It's fitting. 2 champions. This is going to be decided by who has the most left in the 5th round.
Close the hand. Close the hand.
Just missing with that lead left hook.
Caught him with the knee, but got the takedown.
There goes Shorts.
Dantas trying to get back. He's in good triangle position. He can get that leg out. He's almost got it.
See, that's exactly what Dantas is fishing for.
Can't get it.
Back to close guard.
What would be the defining aspect of this fight would be the submission game of Dantas with the ground and pound of Warren.
I'm not going to tell you again.
Controlling the wrist. Warren just putting so much pressure on him. Now he's in good triangle position, and Warren's out. Trying to keep Dantas down. In this scramble position, keeping wrist control.
See how heavy Dantas is breathing in this position.
That's illegal. You cannot do that.
Stop.
Kicked him when he's down.
Time.
Time called by McCarthy.
Get up. Come here.
I think he cut him with that.
Get right there. Get right there.
Unless he had the cut before, which I didn't notice it. I think that kick opened up that cut on his eye.
I told you. Come here. Turn around.
So if you look at it here.
You okay?
That's illegal. You can't do that, but.
You're a grounded opponent if anything but the soles of your feet are on the canvas.
It did. It caused that cut over the right eye.
Get over there. Hey, can't do that. You can't kick him in the head.
The cage. I didn't know.
Yeah, you push it off with a good kick. Stay right where you're at. Stay where you're at.
Big John not taking any crap from Joe Warren.
Warren pleading his case. I pushed off.
Joe!
You may have heard of McCarthy. He said you pushed off with a good kick.
Yeah. The problem is it's really obvious they were both grounded, so.
Just make sure.
Could be a point taker.
Oh, yeah.
You see the cage side physician called in by John McCarthy.
Bahada?
You know what round it is? Okay? All right.
Now the question looming large, Jimmy, will McCarthy take a point?
That would be huge right now.
This just be a firm verbal warning.
Anything else. I don't care what it is. You're going to have points coming up. We're going to take you out of here.
I didn't mean to do that.
Use your head. Got it?
Pushing up.
Firm verbal warning.
Oh, that's to get the last word. Push-up kick. Man, that's a well-placed camera.
Get your fingers closed.
Time in, 5th and final round resumes of this fight for Bellator's Bantamweight World title. Joe Warren versus Eduardo Dantas.
Regardless of who you think is winning this fight or who you think will win this fight, a lot of people thought Joe Warren was just a clown and didn't deserve to be here. He has shown that he is an elite bantamweight. I believe he has really shown that tonight.
And Jimmy Warren, as he did in that last sequence, showing the willingness to eat the Dantas knee to get that, the position for the takedown from the waist cinch.
And this crowd, every time he does anything, they erupt for him. Hard not to be influenced by that if you're a judge.
One hook in. Warren over the top. Very high. Over the top, and Dantas trying to take the back.
This is not where Joe Warren wanted to be. One hook in. Can't say if he has a second one. He does not.
Beautiful explosive turn from Warren.
Once again, Warren winning the takedown battle, I thought, and Dantas landing the effective strikes on the feet. But a lot of these scrambles like this, I mean, he isn't able to do a lot with these positions, able to hold him down. Not doing a ton of damage. 9 of 17 with his takedowns. 17 takedown attempts by Joe Warren. Now going for the switch, and he got it.
Slick, smart stuff from both fighters throughout. That kick didn't land. 90 seconds to the finish line.
A lot of interested fans watching this at home, including Lance Gordon, our audio engineer, is in a motorcycle accident. We're thinking about you, buddy.
Absolutely. Best wishes to Lance. Big knee from Warren. Right to the level change. Warren again thinking takedown.
It's so hard to score this round and this fight.
25th and final minute. Nothing decided thus far.
Both corners going completely nuts. Warren not giving up on the takedown. He gets it.
Hit it on the outside trip. Now taking the back of Eduardo Dantas. Again, Warren getting very high with one hook in. Warren has done so well throughout this fight, Jimmy, from this position. Holding the back, holding the waist cinch.
He's done a good job in this round, I think, of negating the offense. Once again, ladies, enjoy that one. Negating the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
More grinding pressure from Joe Warren. Final seconds now. Incredibly hard fought from both. There is the bell. So much suspense. Let's end it now. Here's Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your judges' scorecards. All three judges cage side, Kerry Hatley, David Sutherland, and Dan Matheson. All see the fight exactly the same at 48-47. All for the winner by unanimous decision. And now, a two-time two-weight class world champion, the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Joe Warren.
Similar records, both guys used to going the distance a lot. Heart, gas, a huge factor in this fight.
Again, here's Michael Williams.
Live on Spike, Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA live from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. Tonight's main event is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And now, introducing the blue corner first, at 5'8", weighing in 134.6 pounds. Now a two-time world title challenger. He brings 16 professional victories, 6 defeats, and 1 draw. Originally from Manaus, Brazil, he fights now out of New York, New York. Introducing the challenger, Galvao. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'6", weighing in 134.4 pounds. The two-weight class Bellator champion tonight makes his first defense of the bantamweight title. As a professional, he brings 12 victories with 3 defeats, hailing from Monument, Colorado, the defending Bellator bantamweight world champion, the baddest man on the planet, Joe. And the referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Gentlemen, we've gone over the rules in the back. Once you fight clean and once you fight fair. Protect yourself at all times, don't worry about commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves and do it, good luck to both of you.
Jimmy, your keys to victory are brought to you by AutoZone. For the parts you need, get in the zone, AutoZone.
Marcos Galvao, the past is the past. Get over the last fight and know that Joe Warren is a new man. Be ready for rounds 4 and 5 against Joe Warren. For Joe Warren, move that head, don't fall for the big strikes, and stay busy on the ground.
Joe Warren said, for Galvao, it's personal. For me, it's only business. Warren's bantamweight world title on the line, scheduled for 5-minute rounds, and here we go with round number 1.
What I'm looking for in this first round is who's going to make the statement, I'm not locked up in here with you, you're locked up in here with me. Cage generalship is going to be huge in this fight. Who's the bully?
Tonight's fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Blue gloves for the Brazilian Galvao, red gloves for the world champion Joe Warren.
Galvao talked about his ability to take Joe Warren down. That would be huge.
to the body. And hits the takedown from the body lock. Demonstrating that top-level Greco-Roman wrestling pedigree there.
Galvao back to his feet, and he gets the reversal.
Galvao showing that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt pedigree there. Two amazing ground fighters who talked a lot about standing and banging in this fight. But here we are on the mat.
Both guys are making statements. Galvao saying, you're not going to have your way with me in that top game. I'm going to fight. Joe Warren now making a statement. You're not just going to pass my guard easily. Doing a good job of getting space with the butterfly guard. It's going to be hard to keep Joe Warren down.
Lights out action continues immediately following Bellator tonight when Glory Kickboxing counts down the top 10 knockouts of all time. Keep it right here on Spike. You will see Glory top 10 knockouts next. Inside knee from Galvao. Again the knee. There's the separation. Warren pulls Galvao into the center of the cage. Bellator's former lightweight world champion Michael Chandler using the hashtag Bellator135 joining the global conversation. Michael Chandler fighting in his native Missouri versus Derek Campos June 19th. And of course, the main event card, Kimbo Slice versus Ken Shamrock. This our main event tonight. Marcos Galvao versus Bellator's bantamweight world champion Joe Warren. 2:20 remaining round one. Very measured, very methodical thus far, Jimmy. Contrast to how the fight started between these two April 2011. All action in the early stages. More action there, Warren the right hand. The takedown, Galvao right back to his feet.
So far it's Warren dictating, so far pushing the pace. Not having an easy time with the takedown, but going for it. Being the aggressor so far against Galvao.
And again, you see very high on the body of Galvao.
Watch where it's at, Joe. It's in the leg.
And one thing Galvao does not want to get into is that idea that it's good enough stopping the takedown. He has to get his own offense going. In these positions, Warren is the one being the aggressor. He's the one throwing. Galvao has to find his own offense. It isn't enough to just stay on his feet against Warren.
Knees to the thigh by Warren out of this body lock. Galvao punching back. Short high knee again. Warren was looking for the throw. Nothing there. Now Galvao walks forward. Big swing and a miss from Warren. Hands high for Marcos Galvao. Lands that right hand. Step in knee.
One thing Galvao took advantage of in the first fight was Joe Warren's reckless aggression. Joe Warren much tighter in his last few fights. Hands higher, more head movement, not just charging forward. Galvao's going to have to find his openings.
Warren looking for the late takedown. Final stages, round number one. McCarthy telling Galvao, don't grab the fence. Warren again to the body lock. Good start to this fight. Marcos Galvao trying to make the most of second chances. Not only is this a rematch versus Joe Warren, this is Galvao's second shot at Bellator's bantamweight world title. February 2013, Galvao lost to then champion Eduardo Dantas by second round knockout. Galvao so much more calm, so much more measured coming into this fight than either against Warren the first time or against Dantas 2 years ago.
Going for a leg lock. He's in knee bar position. He needs to get Joe's weight off that leg.
Warren trying to stack Galvao.
Oh, he's got it!
That is deep. That is tight. Look at the torque. Look at the face of Joe Warren. The scream.
That's it!
That is it. That is a verbal submission on the screen. And we have a new champion. It is Makovsky.
Warren is protesting, but he screamed. You scream, that's it. That is a verbal submission. We have a new champion. Man, as soon as Laurel got that leg straight, that was incredible hip pressure. Warren was hanging on, but you look up and you scream like that, that is it.
John McCarthy always, in his pre-fight meeting, tells the fighters, if you scream out in pain, voluntarily or involuntarily, that will be ruled as a technical submission, rather a verbal submission. You are out of the fight. Well, there is the most of second chances. Galvao is Bellator's new bantamweight world champion. We are coming right back live on Spike. Emotions cutting both ways in the Bellator cage. Here is Michael Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the vocal stream constitutes as a verbal submission. Official time, 45 seconds into round number 2 by submission. Now, the new Bellator bantamweight world champion, the Brazil, Galvao. Time now to check out the tail of the tape.
Both the same number of wins, but look past the numbers. Galvao has lost to Dantas before. It's all about changes.
You ready? You ready? Get up!
In the first fight, Jimmy, the speed of Dantas was too much.
Yeah, it certainly was. He throws tight combinations. Almost never throws one shot at a time. I think Galvao needs to get this to the floor to slow him down. That's what Joe Warren did. That's the successful strategy against a quick, hungry, fast opponent.
Dantas was so efficient. He threw one leg kick in the first fight. It was devastating to Galvao late in the first round. He threw one uppercut, and that was the shot that finished the fight.
See, Galvao is very heavy-handed, but that makes him heavy-footed. Tends to plant and throw big punches. Makes him vulnerable to leg kicks. Doesn't move a whole lot. Galvao reacts to everything, every feint. It's a bad sign. He's got a lot of nerves. He's waiting on Dantas a little too much. He's yet to even throw. One leg kick, but hasn't let his hands go. One left hook.
See the quickness in and out is Dantas.
Right now, the difference in hand speed and foot speed as well, apparent for Dantas. I think Galvao might be trying to kind of drag Dantas into a slower, longer fight. Stay cautious early. Don't give up anything big. make a little bit more about deep water, but he's got to get his own offense going.
There was a 90-second stretch in the first fight, late in the first round, where Galvao got Dantas against the fence, but he could never get him to the ground, not once. Remember, cage rush-wise, it's been over a year for both of these two. They have prepared to face each other, only twice to be delayed.
Doing a lot of waiting, a lot of looking, but no initiating at all.
Much more willing to exchange in the first fight, and it cost him.
Yeah, he remembers that. He remembers it well. He's trying to counter-punch, but doesn't really have much of a counter-punching style. It's never been his strong suit.
Trickle of blood to the left nostril of Galvao as one of those shots got through, and that right there was the story of the first fight. Dantas was in and out before Galvao could do anything.
Galvao's never been a technician. I mean, he throws big punches, naturally heavy-handed, very aggressive. He's never been a technical guy, never sets footwork traps, things like that, things that would nullify speed. He's never been that great at that. Thought he'd maybe go to his wrestling earlier in this fight. He hasn't even tried yet. Crowd's starting to get on him, but
Getting impatient, but Galvao is not going to be affected by that. First round in which Galvao clearly was remembering the first fight. Never took a chance. Galvao 3 years ago could not solve the puzzle of Eduardo Dantas, and 5 minutes into the rematch, it doesn't look like he's made progress.
No, same problem, same physical disparity, it's the speed. On the feet, he just can't match the speed of Eduardo Dantas. He has to make this a grappling match. Nullify that explosiveness with his jiu-jitsu, with this technique.
Spinning back fist got in.
The problem is he isn't the wrestler Joe Warren is. That was the kryptonite for Dantas. He's just going to get picked apart at this range.
It was not a coincidence that the title went the way it did. When you talk about, fighter A, fighter B, and fighter C, it was a matchup thing with Galvao and Dantas and Warren. Now the specter of Darren Caldwell looming over the winner of this fight.
We wondered, and we wondered in the first fight if Dantas would have that killer instinct when he needed it to get the knockout, and he clearly did. That's when they were much closer than they are now.
The emotion dripping off fighters, the corners, everybody connected to that first fight.
That was a tough one.
Eduardo Dantas in the cage, standing over his fallen teacher. Galvao said, "We fought like men. We came in and we did our job. Don't feel bad. Don't be mad at me," was the message in the heat of the moment. Don't be mad at me. This was our job. Galvao saying he was too kind to Dantas 3 years ago. This isn't about being kind. He just hasn't figured out the puzzle.
You see what Dantas has, which is a healthy respect for the power of Galvao. Usually when a guy's this much faster and landing effectively from the outside, they push in and look for that big shot, and Dantas has yet to do that. Oh, nice. Right through.
The younger and faster Eduardo Dantas starting to land.
See what he does. It's in combination. Basically, the jab is the only punch that comes out by itself. Galvao is in danger of becoming a spectator. He's watching these punches. He's not throwing back. Seems dazzled by the speed of Eduardo Dantas. I say it all the time with guys like, Eduardo Dantas, MVP, guys that have that seemingly superhuman speed, guys end up watching, waiting for the next strike to come rather than getting their own offense going.
A 5-round fight, Marcos Galvao had more room to give. He had time to be patient, but that time is running out. Dantas staring him down, daring him.
Mugging a little bit, trying to open up countering opportunities.
Best shot for Galvao.
It's not saying a whole lot. That wasn't a very good one.
Even going in, he's ducking.
He's gun shy. He's hesitant, waiting for the shot to hit him.
Not a takedown attempt, not a level change, nothing yet from Galvao. Dantas simply his kryptonite. You heard that in your living room.
But you don't hear the counter. There's a huge difference when they land strikes. Dantas so far sharper, crisper. Marcos Galvao still trying to find his way in.
All challenger Dantas through two.
Eduardo.
You see it here. Nice work with the lead hand, trying to find a home for the right. Hasn't really staggered Galvao yet, but he has been like the death of 1,000 cuts. Those bee stings, he's constantly on him, very accurate, very sharp.
And it seems, Jimmy, he's in his head.
Yeah, completely. Nothing worse than getting reminded of that fight you lost, that opportunity you lost, and this fight's looking exactly the same right now.
Galvao is still standing here in round 3, which he wasn't 3 years ago. Clearly, at some point, time will run out, and a pretty easy call, obviously, through 2 rounds. Kind of what we thought last month, but that's another story. At what point does Galvao have to make his move?
I would say now. I say midway through round 3, he's got to turn the tide of this fight. Mathematically, weights past 3, could be completely out of it. That reaching takedown from outside, that's not going to do it.
And the longer you wait, the more punishment you have taken.
Yeah, worse it gets.
Face of the champion tells the story.
Look at the footwork of Dantas. He never stops. He's always angling, always moving, always giving you different looks. Galvao's the kind of guy who likes to set up and have you square in front of him and throw big punches. Dantas is never there.
Dantas gaining in confidence here. More comfortable moving forward.
On the eye, your punches.
Daring, Galvao is daring.
And this is a guy, Galvao, who usually when he boxes kind of recklessly. Throws big punches, wide power shots. Hasn't done that at all.
Dantas starting to Roy Jones in a little bit, and these are getting through.
The right eye is closed.
It is.
It's swelling badly.
We are getting near desperation time for the world champion. At some point, he needs that one opening to roll the dice and change the level and change this fight. As he is fading away.
It's an output issue, not an accuracy issue. Hasn't thrown very much at all. Another nice left hook.
It's visceral damage done to the face of Marcos Galvao. When you get a chance, look at the lead leg right there, above the left knee. It has been a one-sided dominant performance by the challenger. Knocked out Galvao in round 2 3 years ago. Trying to become a 2-time world champion.
No comparison in the hand speed. No comparison at all. Maybe too much power as well. The punches are starting to knock Galvao back. Dantas is committing more to his punches. Why? Because he doesn't have any fear anymore. I think he had respect.
Oh, and Galvao takes a big left. Having trouble seeing in that right eye.
I think that respect is gone, Sean.
As he lost that opportunity. As he waited too long.
This round, man, a technical wipeout. This fight a technical wipeout, but in this third round, the power is really starting to assert itself. I think Dantas is thinking about a finish. Beautiful shot.
He's been thinking about it since later stages of round 2. He lost whatever fear he had of Galvao. The champion gained, still on his feet. Still looking for the fight-changing moment. That belt is slipping from his grasp.
This crowd seems to like that Ric Flair chant. We've been hearing that a lot.
Eduardo Dantas, if he wins the title, he'd still have a few he'd need to catch up to Ric Flair's record. But man, he is closing in on his second bantamweight world title.
And right hand just cannot miss. I don't know how much longer this fight's going to go at this pace.
You thought the beating he put on Galvao 3 years ago was something. Dantas has been even more dominant through 3 tonight.
Work on it. Ready? Get on.
The championship rounds of a fight and has been dominated by the challenger.
Marcos Galvao, if you're in his corner, you tell him, doctor's probably going to give you one more round. At the end of this round, it's the same as last round. This fight might be over.
Galvao takes his shot. But does he have enough left in the tank to get this fight where he needed to get it early?
Watch your tag.
What's important to keep in mind is Dantas also has great jiu-jitsu. It's not like a takedown and, oh, this fight's in the bag. I mean, you still have to beat a guy who has outstanding jiu-jitsu.
And is the much fresher fighter at this stage.
And knows your game. They're from the same team. If you know a teammate well, you can stall. You can stay out of trouble.
You went 10-8 in round 3.
I went 10-8 in round 3. I don't know if the judges will. I just thought the damage was starting to accumulate. It's like much more powerful punches. It was a one-sided fight, one-sided round statistically. And he was doing fight-ending kind of damage. It's finish or bust right now. And you're also thinking with the way he's performing, where he isn't competitive so far in the fight, his corner might be thinking about stopping him between round 4 and 5 if he keeps going the way it's been going.
Dantas, when he lost the leg to Galvao, just hopped back towards the fence where he'd be much safer.
Se ele puxar, a gente já sabe. Vai bem, vai quadril baixo. Isso, quadril mais baixo. Você domina ele. Quadril mais baixo. Quadril mais baixo. Dominou. Já, falta 3 minutos.
Come on.
Vai parar, vai tirar. Vai tirar. Vai tirar.
Dantas vulnerable to the wrestling of Joe Warren. Joe Warren had a world title at Greco, All-American in folk style for University of Michigan. Galvao just didn't wrestle on that level. Oh man, look at the timing on that.
Elite level wrestling in that. And now the uppercut that finished the first fight got through. Full credit here for Dantas. He is way, way up, and he is still looking to finish it like a champion.
Oh man, look at that beautiful switch.
Galvao can't see these coming.
Yeah. Briefly in the southpaw stance, could not see that lead left. Man, Dantas confident right now. As he should be.
It's been a world championship masterful performance from Eduardo Dantas. Talk about the heart of a champion. And Marcos Galvao still standing there. He's taking shot after shot, still looking for an opening that may not come. He hasn't backed up.
He hasn't even been throwing strikes. That's the amazing thing, is maybe worried about the counter, but just standing there getting beat up is not helping him.
When you can't see, he starts to cover up even before Dantas begins to attack.
Remember, opening half of the first round, he was overreacting, reacting to every feint. The memories of that first fight, and just too much in his head.
Marcos Galvao has been game, but for 4 rounds, he has just taken a beating from one of the elite bantamweights in the world. Have no illusions about that.
I've said it before, sometimes heart just makes a beating more interesting, because he hasn't had a tactical response to the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
There is not a mark on Eduardo Dantas. Yeah, that student-teacher thing is pretty much gone.
Yeah, completely.
Is there going to be a 5th round?
If I was his corner, I don't know if I'd let him go out there. The way he's fighting, he's standing there getting punched. I don't know if I'd let him go out there. I really don't know if I would.
Hey, you gotta show me something, okay? Hey, there. You ready? Keep going.
One of the most anticipated rematches in Bellator history. We have seen one of the most dominant performances in a championship fight in Bellator history from Eduardo Dantas through 4. Where is the Hail Mary for Eduardo Dantas?
It's got to be on the ground. I mean, Galvao's just got to get him down and finish him. But once again, you're dealing with a high-level black belt Brazilian national champion. It's not as though it would be a wipeout if you got him there. So that's why I was wondering if they'd send him out for this round, just because there isn't much of a light at the end of the tunnel. There's no clear path to victory.
Could he get the finish without doing damage first? And he's shown no ability to do any damage.
Yeah, he can't set up the takedown. He doesn't have that elite level grappling where he can shoot from halfway across the cage and maybe catch him. Got to feint his way in, and Dantas just having his way with him on the field.
Let's go. Work.
Pulling guard, okay. Trying to change it up, trying to do something different.
but it would be very difficult for him to catch Dantas from his back. And not backing off, he's willing to engage. See how long this stays there. Nope.
Dantas was thinking about it. You know he was thinking about it.
He was. Now, he needs dominant position, I think, to catch Dantas. He's not going to catch him from the guard, especially at this point in the fight. You can only see out of one eye. Dantas is still fresh.
Galvao just emptying the playbook here. After a month in which there has been so much discussion about judging in MMA, sometimes all you need is the visual. You don't need a judge.
Look at the confidence of Dantas. Crowd getting on him a bit, but
we talked about the things that have changed in the 3 years with these two fighters. But one thing that has changed is any hesitation or respect that Eduardo Dantas may have overpaid to Galvao the first time around. It's gone.
not even close.
This was just a vicious combination of technical, of taunting, and of violence. This was a masterpiece.
This fight was not even close, and what's kind of disturbing to me about it is it was eerily similar to the first fight, just longer, more brutal. Galvao, I'm sure he tried to make adjustments based on the speed differential, just couldn't do it, either in the gym or in the cage tonight. He knew what he was walking into and still seemed completely unprepared. I think Dantas has taken his foot off the gas a little bit in this last week.
He has.
He really gave it an effort to finish it in rounds 3 and 4. Couldn't do it. I think a little bit of that respect might be lingering. He doesn't want to lay Makovsky out. And he's only 45 seconds away from the title, but we'll see. Stranger things have happened.
Let's go.
At 23 years old, Eduardo Dantas became the world champion. And you say, well, he's still evolving, he's still getting better. And tonight, at age 27, on his way to his second bantamweight world title, he has been brilliant, start to finish. 3 years ago, the student defeated the master. Tonight, he became the master.
Wiped him out from start to finish. This fight was not competitive at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we'll go to your 3 cage-side judges. Your first judge, Marcos Rosales, sees the fight 50-45. Judge Wade Vieira sees it 50-44. Your third and final judge, Mike Bray, scores it 50-43. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision. The new and now two-time Bellator bantamweight world champion, the new Eduardo Dantas.
The biggest difference on this list of stats, the age. Joe Warren, 40 years old, 13 years older than Eduardo Dantas. He knows this could be his last shot at a title.
World title time, main event time, Michael C. Williams time. Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Bellator MMA presented by Miller Lite from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. Tonight's world title fight brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, introducing the challenger first. At 5'6", weighing in 133.7 pounds, the two-division former champion, attempting tonight to reclaim one of the belts, enters the Bellator cage with 14 professional victories, 5 defeats. From Monument, Colorado, introducing the baddest man on the planet, Joe Warren. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'7", weighing in 134.6 pounds, making the first defense after reclaiming the title. The two-time champion tonight stands with 18 professional victories, 4 defeats. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, introducing the reigning Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Dudu Eduardo Dantas. In charge of the action, referee Big John McCarthy,
who refereed the first title fight between these two.
Protect yourself at all times and obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard, but fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
And not without some controversy in that 5th and final round. Joe Warren has more wins, so does Michael Chandler, so does Patricio Pitbull, but Eduardo Dantas has the best winning percentage in Bellator history. John McCarthy has reffed both men's title wins and both men's title losses.
You ready? You ready? Get up.
The fight clock in the main event brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time.
Talked about those leg kicks. They are brutal. But will he throw them, or will he be concerned about the takedown of Joe Warren? Both guys very low in their stances. No surprise from Joe Warren, but Dantas respecting that takedown.
In the first fight, round 1, Warren went Greco right away. Controlled the first round, had that late round flurry with the cartwheel kick. Took that first round and set the tempo for the fight. The rounds were not tough to call in that fight. They just went back and forth and back and forth. Controversy came in the 5th round when Joe Warren, who was upside down against the fence, just threw a leg kick, a wild leg kick, and it hit Dantas in the head.
He was grounded.
Yeah.
Didn't take a point. Would have been a draw if that had happened.
I talked to John McCarthy about that specific moment right before this fight tonight. He remembered it very well. Said it was not intentional at Joe Warren. He called it that way because Joe Warren couldn't see where Dantas' head was. He just threw a wild kick, and that's why he didn't take the point away. If you're a Dantas fan or the Dantas camp, that changed the trajectory of the fight and the decision.
Dantas, a lot of gamesmanship in this opening round. Taunting Joe, throwing the hips at him. I think he knows he's taking on an emotional fighter. He's trying to make him more emotional. That's what he needs. Angle right at the right moment and not let Joe Warren push him back to the fence. Great work with the lead hand. Good jab.
Left got through right to the chin.
You have 2 options against a good grappler. Either throw power punches that he has to worry about coming in. Okay, the way Chuck Liddell did it, basically through power punches, grapplers had trouble coming against him. Or you angle and you use your lead hand. That's what Dantas is doing.
Does the winner tomorrow night get the winner of this? That is the question. Marcos Galvao beat L.C. Davis earlier tonight. It was a very narrow split decision. Good left-right combination. Makes Joe Warren step backwards. Dantas' hands are so quick.
Unbelievably fast.
You don't see them till they're coming back.
Galvao looked like a mannequin when Dantas took the title from him. I mean, target
practice. Dantas picking up where he left off here.
Man, that jab is getting through. Now that's what Joe can't do, is the Frankenstein. Reach forward with both hands, looking to grab Eduardo Dantas. That's when he'll fall for that knockout shot. You see how Dantas is angling just enough.
How confident is the 27-year-old world champion right now?
All right, close the hand.
Swag is on maximum right now.
If you can't deal with your opponent's jab in a boxing match, you're in huge trouble. So far, this has been a boxing match, and Joe Warren has no answer for the lead jab. None. I say it all the time, the jab in boxing, the leg kick in Muay Thai, the double leg in wrestling. If you can't deal with those things, man, you're in big trouble.
Dantas finally gets touched for the first time.
Too far away. It hit him, but it wasn't at the right range. Couldn't put any power behind it.
We welcome those of you who stumbled onto us. A very good time. Round one of the Bantamweight World title fight, the rematch between the champion Eduardo Dantas on the right and the 40-year-old miracle-seeking challenger Joe Warren. One last run here at the world title. So improbable when he got beaten by Caldwell in this building 9 months ago. And a win over Sirwan Kakai. Caldwell stunning upset loss to Baby Joe Taminglo. The rematch of which will be tomorrow night here on Spike. Here is Joe Warren against the odds, back with one more chance.
That's when the leg kicks start coming in. He has another offensive option, the jab that Joe Warren is watching out for. That opens up the rest of your toolkit. He's worried about the jab, then you hit him with the leg kick. Then you hit him with the right hand.
Left over the top. Joe Warren has largely been defending these shots with his face through the first 5 minutes. What is Dantas trying to accomplish here? What does he want Joe Warren to do?
He wants him to know I'm better than you. This has been psychological warfare. That's what it has been so far. Is I got my hands down, I'm hitting with the jab at will. The world's baddest man on the planet, the baddest man on the planet is finding out that he's not on my level. That's what I want to show him.
Remember that kid you were in here with 2 years ago? He's gone. I'm here in his place.
Exactly.
There's the cartwheel kick he tried to end round one of the first fight with. This one misses badly. The world champion picking Joe Warren apart in round one.
No! Get in here and clean it up.
2 years ago, Jimmy, Joe Warren sent a message in his round one win. The exact opposite just happened.
Exactly. It's just what Eduardo Dantas wanted. Opening round message. He sent it. His team said, put the pressure on him. That's what he's trying to do.
No surprise in those numbers.
Wipeout. Absolute wipeout.
And sometimes that doesn't tell you the story because how hard, but those are just solid jabs that got through. Just immediately gets out of trouble and Joe Warren rushes in. Where does Dantas want his hands to best defend the takedown?
About where they are. I mean, that's the irony of the sport, is that your hands high protect you from strikes, where your hands low, you can catch Joe Warren coming in underneath, and you can't get underneath your arms. Nice left hook by Joe. Starting to have some success.
As good as Dantas has looked for the first 5+ minutes. You want to count out Joe Warren? Go ahead.
I don't do that anymore. And one thing Dantas didn't do in that opening round is he threw a lot of lead jabs, the occasional right hand. He didn't have that stunning shot that would make Joe worry about coming forward. He didn't land a lot of power shots in that round. He respects his accuracy, doesn't necessarily respect his power yet.
Kick. Throws that up.
He didn't hit him with that shot that's going to make him really hesitate. He's coming in with his Greco.
Hey, we've seen Joe Warren hit with monstrous shots that didn't make him hesitate. Dantas mixing in the leg kicks now, the combinations more in round two.
Now it's starting to look a little bit more like the first round. That's pretty true.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Can't argue with that. Now what Dantas, I think, should add a little bit now is, in these positions, throw that right hand a little bit. You know you can land with the jab, but sting him with maybe a power shot, get him to back off a little bit, because that leg kick, too, always accurate. And be careful. Everybody at home, be careful about what I call, and what Emmanuel Stewart calls, where I got it from, comparison rounds, where Joe's looking a little better, and you want to give him the round, but it's still Dantas landing the effective strikes in this round. By far, Joe Warren's looking a little better, but it's still Eduardo Dantas landing the effective strikes.
That's sort of the problem with 10-9. Where do you go from there? Because the next thing up,
yeah, exactly.
10-10, that's not, 10-9, there are different shades of 10-9. That first round
was about 10-9.
The first round was a 10. It wasn't a 10-8, but it was a lot closer to a 10-8 than it was.
The way the judges have been scoring tonight, that might have been a 10-8 round. But this is a clear, so far, 10-9 round for Eduardo Dantas. But like I said, be cognizant of the fact that sometimes judges, he's doing better. It's 10-9 to 1. Not yet. Not yet. Not that it can't be. This round's still very much up for grabs. It's not a wipeout.
Another big leg kick lands.
Man, that could have hurt him. Saw him stutter step for a second there. I wonder if he's just off balance or if he was hurt. Man, nice jab.
Joe Warren bites down on that mouthpiece, but he's eating big shots. Needs to change the game here a little bit. Change levels, get it to the ground. Hasn't been able to.
And he's starting to switch stances to avoid the leg kick. Now he's trying to shake it off right now. That's a bad sign. That means that leg and that hip are hurt when a guy starts dancing like that.
Joe Warren trying to get inside, and he is paying a big price, up high and down low.
And he's bouncing, he's hurt. That left leg and hip, that hurts him. Now Dantas going back to that swagger, taunting Joe.
This big Dantas thing may catch on. He keeps fighting this way.
But think about it, it's a tactical thing as well. Don't just see it as ego. He's trying to make an emotional fighter fight more emotionally.
Trying to scramble out of that jump knee. We've seen Joe Warren do damage with that in years past. Stash walking back. That's how Joe Warren got here.
See what Dantas is doing, going back to the drawing board. He hurts him, then he goes back to the jab, leg kick combination.
Joe Warren takes a beating and keeps coming forward.
Breathe for me. Sit down and breathe. I know, you're gonna get to him. Okay, listen, breathe for a second. Yeah, it's okay, don't do that.
The first round was tough enough for Joe Warren, and Dantas started mixing in the leg kicks.
Exactly, jab to the leg kick, the power shot to the left side of Joe Warren, starting to wear him down.
Are you ready? Get up.
If you just joined us here on Spike, look at Joe Warren, look at Eduardo Dantas. You can see who won the first two rounds without us telling you.
I don't know what that stoppage is for.
Good? Yeah. You do.
It's an eye poke.
Stay there. Come on, stay there.
Dantas even left. Dantas says, don't worry about it. He wants to fight.
Momentum's on his side. Yeah, he does not want to break right
now. So hey, just keep your hand close, okay? Ready? Fight.
Sorry, get back that
Immediately sticks him with the jab.
I'm sorry, you're sorry, but it's not
Joe Warren's like, sorry. Dantas like, that's all right. Oh, that knee got him near the ear of Joe Warren. Dantas has had an answer for every attack Joe Warren has tried. Joe Warren trying to cut off the cage now.
Look at that reach.
Yep.
The fact that Dantas, in this fight so far, has not been up against the cage one single time against Joe Warren, that says a lot, because that's where he likes to operate.
By round 3 of the first fight 2 years ago, he had probably spent 7 or 8 minutes of the fight up against the fence. Finally, Joe Warren gets it there.
Oh, grab it.
He is in desperate need of a turning point. Is he about to come up with one?
Go the fingers, go the whole hand.
Where you cannot hold the fence with your fingers.
And he was complaining that he was holding the glove, and John McCarthy said you gotta hold the whole hand. So maybe going after a finger.
Let go of it. There you go.
One hook in. I'd be really surprised if he tried to take the back here. It's a risky move. Dantas has great jiu-jitsu.
Remember the game plan change of Koreshkov after he had taken all those leg kicks. Maybe Joe Warren gets more aggressive here after the beating that he's taken through 2+ rounds.
They do it in different ways. Koreshkov's going to try and trade punches with you. Joe Warren is going to try and take you down. And didn't get it, so closest he's come.
Dantas, to this point, not recognizable from the guy that stepped in here with Joe Warren 2 years ago.
Agree with that 100%. You cannot count Joe Warren out.
Never can. He can, listen, he can take a beating for 14.5 minutes and still win this fight. You would not be surprised.
So much more footwork from Eduardo. Yes. Always angling. Tick-tock, always going around the cage, making Joe find him. That's what you do against a wrestler. Never set your hips in front of him. Never give him a target. Make him chase you. And that's exactly what Dantas is doing.
It's not that Joe Warren is 2 years older. It's that Eduardo Dantas is 2 years better.
I would argue that against Sermon Kikai, Joe Warren looks fantastic. Best he's ever looked. This is not a spent fighter in Joe Warren. This is just an immature Eduardo Dantas. That's what it looks like to me. What I'm really surprised so far is that Joe has still tried the Greco-Roman attacks, which require a chest-to-chest range.
Time.
That one came in low.
Couldn't see from our angle.
That's all. Stay right there. Hey, right here, just relax. Take your time. Hey, don't travel over. Stay over here.
Yep, that hit the cup.
And you can move around a little bit. No, stay over here. Hey, get over here.
And the toes caught it. You bet. You bet.
Joe Warren's trying to walk it off. John McCarthy wants him to stay in this area of the cage.
Good. Stay right there.
License and registration, please.
No more, okay? Close your hand, too. Last one. Ready? Fight.
Another eye poke.
No, it was on his forehead. John McCarthy said, that's good. That's good. No foul there. I agree. I did not see an eye poke. It was that shot. I think he was checking for blood on his forehead to see where he was bleeding.
Wonder, now the way Joe Warren's coming in wildly, is his vision getting affected?
Yeah. He's gone for a lot of those Greco attacks. You see him reaching, you see him trying to close the distance. He hasn't shot any low single legs, double legs. This guy was an All-American at Michigan. He can wrestle folk style and freestyle. He can do that. Greco attack so far is not working. Hasn't been in the range to do it.
The price he has paid for those attacks, you can see on his face. To the championship rounds we go. And so is this.
Unbelievable. No takedowns. Not even really that close. He said, welcome to war, I think.
The championship rounds. Joe Warren has made miracles happen before. Tomorrow night, the main event, Darrion Caldwell and Baby Joe Ty Mingler. They will rematch the stunning upset win for Baby Joe in July. The winner of that one might very well get the winner of this one next for the bantamweight world title. See Andre Fialou tomorrow, Emily Ducote and Lima McFarland. That could be a very special fight. 125, a couple of future champions possibly in that division. Again, that cartwheel kick, Joe Warren going for broke.
The difficulty with Joe and the people that don't like his style, that aren't Joe Warren fans, is not a great finisher. 14 wins. He's only finished 5 of those fights. He's in a position now where he needs a finish on my scorecard. He's got great takedown, great hard guts. We say that over and over. Hasn't always had the finishing ability when he has needed it. He's going to need it tonight.
Against a guy who's only been stopped once in 22 fights. Joe Warren, keep this in mind too when we talk about a distance fighter and a championship fighter and the decisions he's gone to. Joe Warren has never lost the decision. Joe Warren right now back where he's been his entire career, up against it, needing a miracle.
Battered, bloody, still going forward. The difference this time around is I have not seen shock on the face of Eduardo Dantas. He knows this guy's going to be in front of him for 25 minutes. He's gone back to the drawing board every single round. Jabs and leg kicks. And Joe has not found his own offense.
Can't hold it. Corner of Joe Warren. Warren, go forward, go forward. Every time he's gone forward tonight, he has paid a price. These are wild lunges now.
Easy to see.
Both of you, make sure your hands are closed.
Now, both guys are opening their hands a lot, so it's hard to say, hey, you don't do that. They're both doing it.
Finally, Joe Warren gets Dantas tied up. Can he get him to the ground?
This is a position where he takes most guys for a ride, and he's still struggling to get the takedown here.
This isn't just the improvement of Eduardo Dantas in 2 years. This is 19 minutes of pounding that Joe Warren is taking.
Yeah.
In this spot, in the opening minute of the fight.
He gets it.
But look how quickly Dantas had to scramble back up.
No problem at all. Good stuff by Joe, though. Finally getting the takedown. Right back with the jab.
ABC, ABC, ABC.
It's the mark of a really disciplined, mature fighter. It goes back to what's working, I'll go back to it, I'll go back to it, I'll go back to it. He hasn't had that a moment where he's gotten really excited and gone in for the kill against Joe. He's been content to pick him apart because it's been working.
The 5th round against Joe Warren 2 years ago is probably the last round he's lost.
Give credit to Joe. He's still swinging. He's still doing everything he can. He will not quit, but
bit lazy, crazy.
Yeah, but so far no answer.
It's another big left jab as round 4 comes to an end.
This last one coming up.
Fedor Emelianenko and Matt Mitrione will headline San Jose. A lot of announcements coming in the next couple of weeks about fights in the early part of 2017. Now, a desperate Joe Warren comes out strong in round 5. Margin is the only question right now. This is how we see it. The judges have been liberal with 10-8 rounds in this one. Any way you slice it, any way you score it, Joe Warren needs to finish. almost looks like this is round one.
Yeah. Because he's fought at the pace he's wanted to fight at. He's never had any adversity. He hasn't been working off his back, trying to get the pressure off from Joe Warren. He hasn't been fighting a lot of inside clinch work. He's been outside kickboxing exactly as he has wanted it.
That was closer. John McCarthy wants time anyway.
You're not stopping the fight. Stay right there. Suck in the air. You all right? You sure? Come here.
Yeah, the foot hit the cup. Foot hit the cup.
Stay right there. You gotta get it up. Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh.
1 point.
Wow.
Interesting.
1 point.
That's surprising.
And remember, at this moment, as Eduardo Dantas fans surely are screaming at the TV, the point was not taken from Joe Warren in round 5 2 years ago.
Wow. I find that surprising. I find that surprising. But
now you start cataloging your mind. Is there any way the judges could have seen any of those 4 rounds for Joe Warren? You start thinking about a point being taken in. Joe Warren has, as we said, 9-0 when it goes to the judges' cards, and some of those have been shaky.
well, I'll go as far as to say this would be an outright robbery.
No question.
I mean, Dantas has owned this fight from the beginning. I don't know how you give him any of those rounds, but a 10-8 in this round is great, but wouldn't win Joe Warren the fight back. You know, my defense in the last fight with Warren and Dantas is you hate to see the referee step in and influence a championship fight. And that point would have influenced a championship fight. It would have made it a draw. And my question is, for the fans and everybody, would John have made that call if this fight had been close? A 10-8 round, this round is academic. That's the difference in those 2 instances.
And I don't think it was the wrong call 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was just a discussion to have when the knee landed to the head of a grounded opponent, but Joe Warren couldn't see the head of Dantas. He just threw a wild kick. He was upside down against the fence when it happened.
The problem is you have Dantas in a position where he can hold this. You know, defend the single leg, hang on, maybe give it, take him, have to work some guard. He's just so far ahead.
Lose this round, it could be a 10-8 round. It still should be, no problem. Two years ago in the first fight, Joe Warren in this position got the fight to the ground over and over and over. He won rounds 1, 3, and 5. This one has been competitive in the sense that Joe Warren has competed.
Yes.
But it has not been anything close to an even fight.
Unhook your foot, Joe. Unhook it. Let's go. Let's go with it.
McCarthy talking about Joe Warren's right foot. Again, the toes are just like the fingers. You can't wrap them around the fence. Minute. Number 25. For years, the torch in this division carried by Joe Warren, then by Galvao. Sometimes the torch gets passed, and sometimes somebody takes the torch. And Eduardo Dantas has done that in back-to-back dominant performances over Galvao and Joe Warren. He talked at the start, he talked at the finish, and he dominated for the 25 minutes in between. Another Picasso painted by Eduardo Dantas. say enough about what Joe Warren has done inside the Bellator cage. Year in and year out, big-time championship-level performances. But tonight was no contest.
This could be the first round. It could be the fourth round. It could be the fifth round. Jabs, leg kicks, no answer from Joe Warren for the lead hand of Eduardo Dantas. Footwork, lead hand, that was the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight, we go now to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Jacob Montalvo, scores the fight 47-47. He sees the fight even. Your second judge at cage side, Todd Anderson, scores the fight 49-44. And Judge Dan Mathieson scores the fight 48-46. Both see it for the winner by majority decision, and still Bellator Bantamweight World Champion Eduardo Dantas.
Our tale of the tape for this, our main event of the evening, is brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Talk about the age, only 1 year difference, but look at the experience. 20-4 for Eduardo Dantas, 10-1 for Darion Caldwell.
Cannot wait for this title fight. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Bellator MMA, presented by Miller Lite from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. Tonight's world title fight is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'10", weighing in 134.7 pounds, near perfect as a professional. He brings 10 wins, just 1 loss from Rahway, New Jersey. He fights out of San Diego, California, presenting the challenger, Darion "The Wolf" Caldwell. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'7", weighing in 134.5 pounds as a professional. He brings 20 victories, 4 defeats, hailing from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Introducing the defending 2-time Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Eduardo Dantas. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Jason Herzog, our referee for this main
Fighters
event.
gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Come out ready to fight.
I guess that was a glove touch.
Well, they did. Come on.
It's the intent that matters. I know they touched, but I don't know if they had the intent.
Dantas, Caldwell.
First round, fighter, you ready? Fighter, you ready? Fight!
Here we go! Tonight's fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time. Blue gloves for the southpaw, Darion Caldwell. Red gloves for the champion, Eduardo Dantas.
Interested to see what Darion Caldwell has picked up in the realm of stand-up. We haven't seen much of his boxing, kickboxing. He generally throws wild strikes in order to get to the legs.
They both connect early.
Switch. Nice transition by Caldwell.
Caldwell can be a little patient here. He's got his hands locked. He's winning this position. He doesn't have to think like a college wrestler where he's got to drag him down and get control. Right here is a win. With the judges, a few seconds, but a few seconds at a time, Jim. They all add up. Knees to the back of the legs are an option. Picking him up, dragging him down. He was in a similar position with Joe Warren, sent him all the way over the top, Josh Barnett style.
5-point throw, beautiful stuff.
Looking for it, boom!
Like that,
Right on
just
cue.
like that.
Dantas trying to avoid it happening again.
Again, the key here is that he's keeping his hands locked. Many guys hit that belly-to-back suplex. They let the opponent go. Caldwell just needs to stay attached.
Once thing about Dantas, he has the jiu-jitsu roll with something like that. Right down, gave up a rear naked.
109 collegiate wrestling wins, and he was hurt most of his senior season at NC State. National champion, two-time All-American, putting the pressure on the champ early.
No, we expected this kind of fight. He's known as a fast starter.
Yeah.
He's known to be extremely aggressive. This is kind of storm that Eduardo Dantas has to weather.
Jimmy, you were talking about the fact that over the last 10 or 11 Bellator fights overall for everybody, this man may have fought the least amount of time, the least rounds.
Yes, exactly. Very explosive, quick finishes in his last couple fights.
Guys, Dantas' options are very limited right now. The basic rule is fight the hands, which he's doing. Second step, drive your hips forward and make him block. However, when his hips come forward, his elevation goes up, and he gets suplexed.
And he doesn't have the room to go forward.
So he needs to just be a little patient right here. Start to play the game. Eventually, I'd expect an elbow or two to fly back from Dantas. It won't do much damage, but it might change the position. Otherwise, he's going to have to be patient, and Caldwell is playing the same game. Not a lot of options for Caldwell. He doesn't have to take him down, knowing that his opponent's just going to spring back up. Save a little energy, put the crowd to sleep, maybe we're gonna hear some boos, but the judges are paying attention, and that are the three people that matter, Jimmy.
And also roll for a knee bar from here. Wouldn't surprise if he goes funky for something like that as well. Darren Caldwell, you don't let that right leg sneak in between the legs of Eduardo Dantas.
Longest layoff of his career in anticipation of this fight, 307 days, but he's coming out very strong. This is the third time he has fought here in Thackerville, fourth for Dantas. Herzog says don't hold the fence.
Nice move, but can't keep him down. So he's constantly touching the cage, he's constantly touching the pad, but not always grabbing.
Dantas first won the belt in 2012, arm triangle choke win against Zach Makovsky. They break it, and let's see if Dantas can take advantage. Head kick for Caldwell, flying knee.
That's what I mean about funky, wild techniques, and he just drops for a low single leg after. Really trying to catch that kick. Normally, opposite stances, you'd be leg kicking like crazy, but he's hesitant to throw it after spending all that time in a waist cinch.
Opens up that straight right against the southpaw, or opposite, as Caldwell looked for there.
Dantas keeping his hands high.
Oh.
Nice right, nice left over the top.
Yep, on the way in, on the way out. Final 30 seconds of the first of a potential 5-minute rounds. Dantas trying to establish some leg kicks, no luck so far.
One of the problems with facing this southpaw is the jab is just not as effective as it was against the orthodox Joe Warren.
Immediately following this main event on Spike, it is the real deal. Raymond Daniels challenging Kareem Gaji for the welterweight title. The return of Stitch 'em Up Joe Silling and Gasol assassin Kevin Ross. Bellator Kickboxing after our main event. Mike Goldberg, Jimmy Smith, Chael Sonnen, Jen Brown, round 2 of our main event of the evening, and a good round 1 in this bantamweight title fight for the challenger Darren Caldwell.
Hey, and Dantas knows it. He doesn't care if they're close rounds or not. If he's not coming out with the 10 points, he's got to come forward, and he's starting to do that now. And the one thing that Dantas is so good at is his range. It's a little hard to establish it for him in that first frame. Boy, that's a fast shot, Jimmy. I mean, my goodness, that is really
unbelievable.
A special level of speed, and here we go.
Special level of athlete.
Yep. I think he's walking him over to his corner. Yeah, he sure is. He walked him right over to his corner, but again, same position we've already seen. Now, when Caldwell is hitting that, he's looking to bring that left leg over and trip the right ankle of Dantas. He just keeps missing it by about 5 inches.
You know, like I said in the breakdown, even if you found a national champion, okay, you found a guy who won a national title, I'm gonna train with him. they don't wrestle like Darrion Caldwell. He had a funky style in the NCAAs. I mean, he had a funky style that other top-level wrestlers weren't ready for. So you might be able to find a guy with his credentials on paper, but not with his style.
Freestyle wrestling brings him supreme confidence in dictating where this fight takes place. 90 seconds into the second.
I like these head kicks too by Caldwell. I think we should probably start giving him a little due for these because they are landing. He's a guy that's always kind of struggled knowing where his range is, getting much power on those. These are real head kicks.
Credit to Dantas' defense. He always keeps that right hand high, always keeps his chin low. Very sound defense. He's been able to block him.
Yeah, he's got that right hand in the pocket ready to fire.
But what he can't do is let Darrion Caldwell get away with things like that flying knee, these big, wild techniques. He has to make him pay for reaching for him like that with more of those right hands.
And we've seen over time, Jimmy, that when Dantas has success, there's the head kick again, Chael. It's because he's putting his combinations together.
Yeah, he's generally not a one-and-done kind of striker.
Yeah.
He needs 3 and 4 to put you away. That's what he has to start throwing.
Nice duck under by Caldwell. Loves Alliance MMA. Dominic Cruz talked a lot about training with Jeremy Stevens, one of the toughest dudes out there.
Heavy hands.
Justin Lawrence as well.
Right, so many questions that come in. Dantas, heavy favorite in this fight, largely because people didn't think Caldwell can hold up. I will tell you, he can hold this pace, and I will not make believe to our audience that this is the most exciting fight, but I won't make believe to you guys that this isn't smart.
Right.
And the minutes are ticking down.
Back to the body kick over and over. Nice leg kick in return. There's that head kick we've been talking about.
Caldwell mixing things up very nicely thus far.
In this second round, Dantas starting to control the real estate, starting to push forward, starting to be the aggressor. He needs to land, to me, something of substance to win back this round, and it's another takedown.
He needed that. Even if for a moment, Jimmy, there's a very close round.
You felt that momentum swing of Dantas starting to push him back.
Boy, that's great.
Oh, he dropped it. He hurt him.
Legitimate knockdown. Great recovery.
Yeah, good recovery. Trying to get it back to the feet, and he does. But that shot
hurt.
Yeah.
Look at Dantas marching forward.
That's one thing we have never seen. We've seen Dantas out-hustled, out-wrestled, but in the Bellator cage, we haven't seen him really hurt. We haven't seen him really rocked. That shot hurt him, make no mistake.
And it comes right after Chael, Jimmy saying that looked like Dantas was getting more comfortable, and it was a strong elbow that connected from Caldwell.
And Dantas marching forward.
Nice uppercut right through the guard.
This is why Dantas is the champion. This is how champions fight.
Good takedown defense there. Sprawl and brawl. Oh, he got him.
What's he starting to do? He's starting to make Darrion Caldwell work for the takedown. It's not going to be there every time you want it.
That spinning back fist connected.
So did Caldwell's one, too.
Yes, indeed. Final seconds of round 2. So far, so good in this bantamweight championship fight. Right here, live on Spike.
And look at the elbow. Bang, right on the chin. Eduardo Dantas rocked by that shot. I'm telling you, that would have dropped a lot of bantamweights. He got up and kept fighting, but I thought it won Darrion Caldwell the round.
So is he up 2-0?
Up 2-0, both 10-9.
Jimmy scorecard, Chael, 10-9, 10-9. I'm sure you agree.
I co-sign that.
There's a little signature underneath my scorecard, and I slide it over to Chael, and he signs on it. That's the way it works behind the scenes.
I'm kind of afraid to ask Chael if he always agrees, though, because
we can do this right now, bro. I fear nobody. Okay, Chael? All right?
Oh, Dantas.
He has the right to be wrong, just like everybody else. Okay?
Both these guys are making the other one wonder, and I know that that's true because I'm wondering.
Yeah.
They're confusing me from the outside. I don't know what they're going to do. Dantas spins this way. Caldwell coming with high kicks, falls up with a 1-2, singles lightning fast. You talk about a feeling out process. We are way past that in theory, But these guys don't know what to expect still.
Because they have so many weapons. You never know which one they're going to come at you with.
Can he stuff it again?
He's got to angle off that fence. Darion Caldwell has done such a good job of killing time on the fence. That's how he's won the first 2 rounds.
Caldwell keeps his head position.
Yeah.
Pushing Dantas' jaw away, turning his head. He can hold this a little longer. Dantas knows that, pulls him off. Caldwell goes to the other side. He's got his hands locked. It's up nice and high on the hip. Be a lot easier for Caldwell if he had both legs. Singles are very tough in MMA.
Great stuff by Dantas.
Yes.
Spinning around, trying to take the back to net time.
Takedowns aren't coming anymore. Big kick, swing and a miss. And they scramble once again.
Oh, he held the fence. Caldwell drug him down, though.
Looking for the switch. That's what he got on Zach Makovsky. Darren Caldwell not going for it. Excellent wrist control this time.
Good pressure by Darren Caldwell.
Just tenacious with the takedown. What this does, it stifles the offense of Eduardo Dantas.
Yes.
He's stuck dealing with this takedown, trying to get space and not able to get his game going, which is essentially an outside game.
And Jimmy, this is the pressure I was talking to you about before this fight, and I realize he's not getting the takedown he's looking for, but he is pressure.
The physical pressure is still there. That no doubt. Low single leg, back to the regular single.
All kinds of pressure, to your point, Chad.
Caldwell again with the head position. As long as he maintains that head position, he'll hold this spot.
Head fighting, something probably not talked enough about in MMA.
Yeah, that's right. If the opponent can't have his head and his neck, if he can't look where he wants to, it's hard to control the rest of his body. Right here, Caldwell putting the top of his head right on his opponent's jaw, turning his body away. It's just enough to really weaken the strength and the power of Dantas. First thing Dantas did before he got out of that position is he got control of his head back. Oh!
That was a heavy kick to the ribs.
Just coming as a bit of a surprise. New weapon.
Confident that is for certain.
He's got to throw more than one if he's going to catch Caldwell, who is very confident with his striking at the moment. Just uses it to set up his takedown. Everything's a distraction.
The champ's pushing the pace here. He knows he's got some catching up to do.
Slipping away.
Spins.
Looks like almost rolling for a leg lock there, but Dantas, beautiful positioning with his left leg. Won't let it get in between his legs.
Spent a few weeks with Craig Jones, he'd be finishing that.
Yeah, this is not where Darion Caldwell wants to be. On the bottom against Eduardo Dantas, Novignon black belt.
From Andre Pederneiras back in 2011.
Jimmy, are we seeing Caldwell starting to fade?
I think we are. End of round 3. Never been past round 3, but positionally, last thing he wants is to play guard against Dantas.
And Jimmy, we saw the gas tank emptied out in that submission loss to Joe T.
Exactly. And even in the rematch, which he won, he was vulnerable at the end of every round.
Yeah.
He almost gave up front chokes. Good job getting a side control.
And he was dominant against Joe T for the first 2 rounds of that fight. Final 15 seconds, then we will hit the championship rounds. Good change of momentum for the champion.
The problem is, I don't think it was in time to swing the round. That's the difference.
Dantas has successfully gone 5 rounds on more than one occasion in the Bellator cage.
You just get the sensation that the sand is kind of running out of the hourglass for Darion Caldwell. A lot of that explosiveness starting to fade. Now, very close 3rd round. I barely gave it to Caldwell. I thought he controlled more of the round. Dantas controlling the last minute. But man, that was a close round. Very, very close.
And as this fight progresses, if it does go the distance, that may be the determining factor
Crucial.
if Dantas can get these next 2, Jimmy.
Yep, could all come down to that 3rd round.
Both fighters want to avoid the judges' scorecards. Dantas wants to bring the belt back home to Rio de Janeiro and his new bride, Patricia. Trying to fight off the takedown, not that time.
Well, if he can get a hook in. Caldwell didn't even try.
Well, one thing Darren Cole's been hesitant to do is go to a jiu-jitsu game. Hooks in. He doesn't want to play Dantas' game. Dantas has been doing this his whole life. He doesn't want to play jiu-jitsu. He wants to make it a wrestling match, and he stayed with traditional wrestling rides. He doesn't want to put the hooks in. Doesn't want to go for any chokes.
I like how Dantas is bringing his elbow in to put pressure on this lock. Really make Caldwell's hands tire out. Right now, Caldwell's just hanging on, which is smart, but it's all he's doing. He needs to not stay on his knees. Again, in wrestling MMA, whoever head is higher is winning. Around they go.
Wow, look at that scramble. Get some drama, mean people.
Beautiful stuff by Eduardo Dantas. Welcome to where you don't want to be.
Amen.
3 minutes left in the round.
Body triangle chail on the good side.
You know, Goldie, I could tell our audience technically how you're supposed to get out of a body triangle, but it doesn't work. You're stuck.
You're just lying to him. The one disadvantage of the body triangle, it makes it a little bit high when going for a rear naked choke. Hard to stretch your opponent out.
Eduardo trying to lock in that body triangle again.
But going rear naked. Got a neck crank. Now, that was beautiful. What that was is a crank just to get Caldwell's hands up, and then he locks the body triangle in. One hook in, distract him. He knew he wasn't going to get a tap with that, but it brings the hands up, then he gets the body triangle.
Connecting the dots towards a potential finish.
Playing chess, not checkers.
Dantas is just being vicious here, but all he's really looking to do, Jimmy, to your point, is stay on top, and that's where the sweat comes in. That wasn't even a technique as much as it was Caldwell just moving. Had his arm on the right side, trapping Dantas, and just used that sweat, body on body, and rotated on top.
Closed guard now for the champion. Caldwell trying to land these elbows.
It looks like he cut him with one of them. It's a fresh cut over the left eye.
Yep. Razor sharp elbows from the Wolf.
Yeah, wasn't a big shot. Corner complaining about the fence grabs from the champ Eduardo Dantas.
Caldwell needs to just stick with that when he can.
Going Kimura, trying to isolate the right arm of Darrion Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell's going to need to rotate his weight or step over the leg. Right now he should be safe. But if he can go back to those elbows, they add up fast.
Good pressure from Caldwell as he gets out of a bad situation here in round number 4. Right in front of his corner, Dominic Cruz, you can see him in the background.
Right now, I think this round is up for grabs with 1 minute left. They both had their advantages. Dantas took the back, and Caldwell on top and cut him with an elbow. Whoever, I think, finishes strong in this last minute wins the round on my scorecard.
Caldwell needs to get off those knees.
Just no quit so far in Darrion Caldwell.
This position, gentlemen, to remind you of the first round, of the second round, of the third round, this position has been the biggest position of the entire fight.
Going hard for the Kimura. Really cranking on it, but Caldwell using the fence to stay tight. That's what's preventing him from engaging his hips and rolling with this position.
And one of those little things, Chael, what a benefit when you're in this type of battle to have your cornerman right there.
Caldwell's listening too. He's either even responded to Coach Del Fierro, or he's talking trash to Dantas. I'm not sure which it is, but he has talked a little bit in that corner.
Could be both. I was going to say combination of both. Final seconds of the 4th. Don't forget, after our main event, 5 minutes remaining in this fight, Bellator kickboxing. So stay right here. A couple of title fights in the Bellator kickboxing ring. 5 minutes remain in our main event. The champion in red, the challenger in blue. Dantas looking for the second title defense of this, his second world title. He's got some catching up to do, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think Dantas needs a finish. I've given Caldwell every round. 3rd very close, 4 was close. I thought
Caldwell just finished a little bit stronger, controlled more of the round. But if you're Dantas, you want a finish. You want domination in this 5th round.
And he knows it.
Yep.
Ten and 1 as a pro, 7 and 1 in Bellator. So most of his professional career has been under some pretty big lights.
Guys, what has to be very frustrating for Dantas is largely his plan has worked tonight. Keep the distance. Don't get taken down. Stay up against the fence. Don't stay in the center of the mat. However, he isn't able to find his own attacks. He's almost got a little bit too much distance, Jimmy.
Yep.
Yes, he's done a great job at defending the takedown. Sure he has. But he isn't landing those kicks, those strikes. He isn't touching his opponent.
Exactly.
And scoring the points he needs to.
The close rounds, the only reason oh! Good knee.
I heard that.
Yeah, we all heard it.
That was a crack from the flying knee of Darren Caldwell.
Caldwell's been able to kill a lot of time with the waist cinch, a lot of pressure against the fence. Not always clean with the takedown, not always getting it, but always putting pressure on Eduardo Dantas. See, situations like that, he lost his footing for a second up against the fence. He cannot let Darren Caldwell off the hook, and he did.
Big left hand slip through for Caldwell.
Clock becoming very unkind to the champion.
Dantas really not fighting with that sense of urgency in this 5th round. He's walking forward, but hasn't really thrown anything.
2009 National Wrestling Champion at NC State. Trying to become the Bellator World Champion here in 2017.
It's almost like he's waiting for Darren Caldwell to initiate so he can counter, but Caldwell's ahead. He has no motivation, in my opinion, to initiate. He's content to wait.
I'm not seeing a fading Caldwell here. I did think he was letting off the gas a little in the 3rd round. I got no problem with the 4th, and possibly he looks his best right here in the 5th.
And Dantas isn't forcing him to do much, too. No, he's not testing that gas tank. Dantas, I think, has 2 minutes to really get something done here.
Great wrestling lineage. One accidental poke in the eye, I believe.
The referee didn't see it. Didn't happen. That's exactly right.
Boom! Spinning back fist.
Caldwell needs to keep that ankle and pull him off the fence. Got to pull him off the fence here.
Dantas has to roll for something crazy. Took his back in round 3. That was his best moment of this fight.
And look what position we end up in.
Yep. Could be Suplex City again. Although they're pretty sweaty. Under 90 seconds on the clock. 5th and final round.
Caldwell didn't have to do that. He sat to this position. He did not have to do that. He missed the trip.
Dantas is hooking the leg, might be thinking leg lock.
Caldwell needs one more big scramble in him, and it's going to be coming out of this position. He's going to wait until Dantas moves. He doesn't have to move till Dantas does, but once he goes, Caldwell has got to match it.
And look for Dantas to spin for a leg, to spin for something, try to take the back. Doesn't get it.
Under a minute. Head kick by the champ, whose belt is in jeopardy big time right now. I guess he wasn't lying, Jimmy, when Darren Caldwell said the timing is perfect.
Yep. Fought a great fight. Fought a smart fight.
And a consistent pace.
Yes.
15 seconds.
Champ has to go crazy. Has to get this rear naked. I don't think he has time. Nope. Not enough time to turn it around.
They go the distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 48-47. Judge David Sutherland also sees the fight 48-47. Your 3rd and final judge, Todd Anderson, scores the fight 50-45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Caldwell.
He is the new champion.
I'm with the winner and new Bantamweight World Champion, Caldwell. You said this fight came at the perfect time. You've never been more ready, never been more prepared. How's it feel to have that payoff, man?
Oh man, I dealt with a lot of adversity leading up to this fight. Getting served papers, thing, bro. Seems like nothing can go my way, but tonight was my night. You know, I want to give a really big shout out to my team out on the Alliance in San Diego. Eric Del Fiero, Dominic Cruz, Coach Nick. They've been putting in a lot of hard work. You see my boy Chance early on the prelims, get it done. We're the best team in the world, baby. Let's go!
To answer all the questions, could he go 5 rounds? Could he hang with the striking of Eduardo Dantas? Could he be the best bantamweight in Bellator? How does it feel to hear a yes to all that?
Oh, it feels like a dream come true, baby. The Wolf is here. This is my bout, and I'm keeping it for a long, long time, baby.
You heard it. Let's give it up for the new champion, the Wolf Caldwell.
All right, let's take a look at this reach. 4 inches for the champion. He was able to use that to win the championship. He was doing a good job with the jab. He was doing a good job with the TP. He needs to do that tonight against Ego.
Michael C. Williams with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Paramount Network, Miller Lite presents Bellator MMA tonight from WinStar World Casino and Resort. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Chickasaw Nation Office of the Gaming Commissioner, Mr. Scott Colbert. Tonight's world title fight is brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. And now, introducing the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 134.2 pounds. His professional record, 18 victories, just 3 defeats. Fighting out of Natal, he hails from Mossoró, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil. The challenger, Leandro Pitbull Ego. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in 134.7 pounds. In his first defense of the title, he enters tonight with 11 professional victories, only 1 defeat. Proudly hailing from and representing Rahway, New Jersey, he fights out of San Diego, California, the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, the Wolf Caldwell. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. This is for the Bellator World Champion. There were no final questions from you, Red. There were no final questions from you, Blue. Touch gloves if you want. I'm not ready to fight.
Jason Herzog, our referee, for our main event of the evening. Caldwell. Leandro Ego. Bantamweight belt on the line.
Fight!
Here we go! Tonight's fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Red gloves for the southpaw, the champion Caldwell. Blue gloves for the challenger, Leandro Ego. Good kick early.
Good kick early, and I like the pace already by Caldwell so many times. And it's very hard to criticize a guy. Very hard. You've got to really search to find how do you critique a world champion. But I will offer you this. So many times he has come out early, not quite understood the pacing. Treated it more like a wrestling match where I'm going to go score my points early. I think it took him a little bit in his career to realize, wait a minute, this isn't about points, it's about damage, it's about longevity. I've heard him criticized for not being in great shape. That criticism is false, absolutely false. He just has used a lot of energy too early and not spread it out.
He's a different fighter. He's evolving every day. He's got a pit bull in front of him, but Caldwell feels he's the best version of the Wolf. that he's ever been, looking to defend for the very first time. Set the goal to be a champion back in 2012. 2018 he is, and he's defending right now.
Both guys are looking to establish range. Ego finally gets off with an inside leg kick of his own. At some point, once range is figured out, Caldwell's going to double cross him, change elevation, and look to tackle him to the ground. That is a weapon that I do not believe Ego is bringing into the fight tonight.
Both Patricky and Patricio in his corner, along with Eric Alberstein, his wrestling coach. Ego spent a lot of time preparing for this fight, and a lot of time overall with the Olympic medalist Henry Cejudo, the gold medalist. They're good buds. That's a good guy to work on wrestling with.
Well, I don't think you could get a better training partner for this weight class when you're trying to take on and defend a wrestler. But look, Ego's marching orders are pretty simple, and there it is.
Last double set up by the hands.
And great mix attack. Okay, he threw a cross, he stepped into it. Well, Ego brought his hands up to defend. Caldwell was already changing elevation to go low and tackle him to the ground. Now, this is a great stand-up, though. What a good job Ego does getting his back up against the fence, working his way up. Unless he can get an underhook. His one arm inside, though, he's going to be susceptible to be brought down to the mat. Caldwell loves his position. He loves his position. Oh, my God, he's going to take it. Yes,
and it's all over.
He has it. Ref, get in there, ref.
And it's all over. Darrion Caldwell submits Leon Rohigo. Take a look at the finish. Our fight replay brought to you by Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum, the bold 93 proof rum. That's edge you to the core, the official rum of Bellator MMA.
Ego did a great job. He stood back up to his feet here, but Caldwell had the position, meaning the underhook. So we're going to go back down to the mat. We know that when Caldwell comes over the top for any submission, the absolute key, it's not pressure, guys. It's getting your hands locked. When Caldwell got these long arms around him, he was locked. It was too tight. He was under the chin. I thought Ego had gone out when I saw his hand temporarily moved there, but either way, Caldwell's in great position. He got his hips, he's got him pinned, but he has his lock under the chin. This one is over.
Fifth submission win for Darrion Caldwell inside the Bellator cage. That ties him for second. Most importantly, he has defended his bantamweight belt. Including tonight, all 6 of Darrion Caldwell's career finishes have come in round number 1. To make it official, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, officially 2 minutes, 36 seconds into round number 1. The tap comes by way of a guillotine by submission. He is still the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Darrion "The Wolf" Caldwell.
The belt remains around the waist of the Wolf. Here's Chael Sonnen.
Congratulations, brother. All right, champ, congratulations. I know defending that championship was very important to you. How do you feel now that you've succeeded?
Hey, I'm not calling none of you chumps out. If you want some, come get some.
Well, speaking of, champions traditionally do not call people out. And speaking of tradition, you and Baby Joe are one apiece. And a tradition in combat sports says when that happens, you go to match 3. Should Scott Coker agree with me and make you that proposal, what would you say?
I don't give a shit. Who is Baby Joe? Who is this guy you speak of? Hey, Scott Coker, you know I'm with whatever. Michael McDonald, Baby Joe, Eduardo Dantas. Shit, give this guy a rematch. It don't matter, I'm running through him.
How good did it feel when you got your hands locked?
Fuck you up too. I'm gonna beat your ass too. You better be ready when I come up. I'm lining the Pitbull brothers up. 1, 2, 3. I just beat the little protege. Next is you, bro. You gotta understand that, but stay in your place. Stay in your place, boy.
Champ, to get back to this fight, when you got him down on the mat, when you got your hands locked, at what point did you know this contest was over?
Well, I knew as soon as I got my hands on him, it was gonna be a wrap. He wasn't that strong. These 35-pounders aren't that strong, but I'm gonna continue to do what I'm doing here. You know, it's working for me, so once once we're ready, we'll be ready to go up there. You're gonna see. You're gonna see.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to your winner and still world champion, Caldwell.
Little bit of drama post-fight, calling out the Pitbull brothers, Patricio.
Beautiful records by both guys, but look at that, it's double the wins with Kyoji Horiguchi. Look at the difference in size, 5'10" to 5'5". Look at that reach advantage, Moro. That is a huge factor in this fight.
With the official introductions, he is the international voice of Bellator MMA. He is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Bellator MMA Live on DAZN. Tonight, from Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, we begin with 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission Executive Director Kim Sumler. And now, fighting first out of the blue corner, at 5'5", weighing in 134.4 pounds in his Bellator debut, the rising bantamweight champion brings a professional record of 27 wins, just 2 losses from Takasaki, Gunma, Japan. Introducing the challenger, Kyoji Horiguchi. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in 134.6 pounds. In his second title defense, he stands with 13 professional victories, 2 defeats. Fighting out of San Diego, California, he hails from Rahway, New Jersey, presenting the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Darian Caldwell. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Todd Anderson.
Gentlemen, we have the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now. Step back.
Referee is Todd Anderson. We're about to embark on the first of a possible 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight title. Rising Bantamweight champion Kyoji Horiguchi drew first blood against Darian Caldwell. The bell and round 1. Caldwell in the red gloves, Horiguchi in the blue gloves. Aside from the obvious, the biggest difference, fighting in a cage from a ring.
Well, it is, but Horiguchi...
What is the biggest difference?
Well, the biggest difference is, look at when you're in that ring, there's resets. There's the use of the ropes and getting yourself away from your opponent where you can't do that in the cage. There's all kinds of things that Horiguchi had the skill level of utilizing that Darian just didn't understand. This is more Darian's world, but it's also Horiguchi's world, and he will tell you he would rather fight MMA in a cage than he would in a ring.
Caldwell became Bellator Bantamweight champion in October of 2017, defeating Eduardo Dantas at Bellator 184. And Caldwell utilizing his wrestling early, looking for the takedown on Horiguchi, and has his back. Caldwell, the bigger of the 2 champions.
By far the bigger man, but you know, when you look at that, there's advantages and disadvantages. That was a huge elbow, and that's what we were talking about, the difference. For Darian Caldwell, he utilizes big elbows, and he thinks it's going to be a big difference in this fight. The question is, does he lose too much weight? Is he going to start to get tired? Because the longer the fight goes, the more I think it goes towards Kyoji Horiguchi.
6 of Caldwell's 7 victories by KO or submission have come in the opening round, and he's immediately on top of Horiguchi. How is Horiguchi off his back, John?
He's very good off of his back. He's got a very effective guard. You can see right now, even with his positioning, he's keeping Darian at a position where he's off center, keeping his back against the cage and utilizing the cage to get back to his feet.
Horiguchi 27-2, 14 knockouts, 3 submission victories. Caldwell 13-2 with 2 knockouts and 5 subs. So a huge edge and experience for Horiguchi.
Darian has laced that arm behind the back, and that's why he's opening up with those big right elbows. Look at it, you can see he's got Horiguchi's left arm trapped behind his back.
Caldwell began wrestling at the age of 9, was a 3-time New Jersey State Wrestling champion. He wrestled D1 in college Carolina State and was the 2009 NCAA Division I National Champion.
A big difference in the opening 2.5 minutes of this fight compared to their first fight, and it's all due to those elbow strikes.
Horiguchi has 9 victories via first-round knockout or submission. Started karate at 5 years of age as a Shotokan karate black belt. At the age of 16, saw Pride Fighting Championships event and became addicted to mixed martial arts. Trained under his hero, the late great Norifumi Kid Yamamoto. Made his pro debut in May of 2010, under 2 minutes left. And Caldwell keeping Horiguchi pinned to the mat.
Keeping him pinned there, but he's accepting a position of clasping his hands behind Horiguchi's back while Horiguchi lands these shots. That's not smart by Darian. He needs to think about, I can pull his hits out and attack. I've got to pass that guard.
Coming up on the final 90 seconds of our opening round, Caldwell utilizing his wrestling early to take down Horiguchi, but is unable to maximize this position. And you're right, Horiguchi's the one who's imposing the offense with those strikes as Caldwell remains in a position. And what do you think Caldwell's attempting to do here, John?
He's attempting to control the position and put Horiguchi where he wants.
Oh, there's another one that landed for Caldwell.
And look at here, the big difference in this round. Horiguchi is landing these little strikes, but they're doing no damage. But you're looking at the strikes that Caldwell is landing. They have been big, heavy strikes.
Under a minute left in the first frame. Half guard being employed by Horiguchi. Caldwell looking again to try to find an opening, try to find a way to...
Stop!
Referee is...
What we have is Horiguchi is holding on to Caldwell's glove.
Your fingers are in the glove.
Excuse me, Caldwell's holding on to Horiguchi's glove.
Ready, turn, fight!
And that's why he's out of the position. He was holding on to Horiguchi's glove. Horiguchi was trying to tell the referee, Todd Anderson sees it, and that's why he breaks him and sets her and starts him on the feet.
"15 seconds left in the first round, and Caldwell and Horiguchi renewing hostilities here in Bellator MMA, and a solid start for Caldwell.
Didn't feel it, but they were in there, okay?
And John, at the end of the first round, the unofficial scorecard and why?
Unofficial scorecard, Darian Caldwell wins that round 10-9 because he's the guy that landed the biggest, heaviest, most damaging strikes, and that is what was the difference in the round. Take a look at the elbows that he lands here. That's a huge right elbow, and you can see that arm lace behind his back. Another one. Those are open strikes landing flush against Horiguchi. Those are damaging. Horiguchi's trying to respond, and he's landing little shots with his punches, but not enough to do any damage, and Darian was doing damage. You can see the glove hold by Darian Caldwell. Take a look, he's not controlling the hand by grabbing the hand, he's grabbing the material of the glove. That's illegal.
Out! Seconds out! Hey!
Bell, this is round number 2. 2 great camps being represented in this championship fight. Caldwell fighting on a team alliance, head trainer Eric Del Fierro. And while Horiguchi makes his home in Japan, he trains with American top team in Coconut Creek, Florida, as head trainer, former WEC champion Mike Brown.
You know, an outstanding fighter in his day. He was the first guy to really, he took the crown from Uriah Faber, but what a trainer he has become. Mike Brown is phenomenal as a trainer and says that Kyoji Horiguchi is the hardest training guy he has ever seen.
And what about what Eric Del Fierro has been able to accomplish at Team Alliance?
Well, I'll tell you what, Eric Del Fierro, with the help of Dominic Cruz, has created a super camp down in San Diego where those guys are just a bunch of killers.
Southpaw Caldwell fishing for a head kick. Horiguchi darting in and out of range. Then Caldwell 5'10", Horiguchi 5'5". There's a head kick, but partially blocked by Horiguchi.
And you see Horiguchi pressing the issue. He's not backing away. He's looking for that opportunity to get inside to land those shots because he has to get past that range of Darian.
We invite you to become a part of the conversation on social media. Hashtag Bellator 222. What a way to kick things off with this Bellator Bantamweight Championship fight. Caldwell looking not only to defend the title, but even the series with Horiguchi. And he has already mentioned, when he wins tonight, he'll go to Japan and then vie for the Rizin Bantamweight title, and they could complete their trilogy. So obviously confidence oozing out of both fighters heading into this rematch as Caldwell shoots the single.
Nice clean shot. Runs it down, but you look at exactly what Horiguchi did. He got himself all the way to the cage where he can get his back against it to get himself back up.
We saw this in the opening round. You talked a little bit about what Caldwell could do looking at it from this position. He wasn't able to improve his position. How can he do so here?
Well, he did improve his position eventually. He got to that half guard position, which is an improvement from being where he's got, basically a guard position here.
But he's just sitting there again on top, putting his weight on
what he needs to do. I need to stop being just the wrestler at this moment and trying to pull my opponent's hips away from the cage and get him down on his back because it hasn't worked. So let me break free and strike and land big shots. They're going to damage and break my opponent down.
Every fighter's mental makeup is different, but we've seen it even on the undercard. Caldwell coming off a big loss in Japan. Does that speak to maybe being a little more conservative, sticking to his bread and butter early, just imposing his will and skill and just making sure that he executes his game plan at any step?
Absolutely. Look, no doubt, look, when you lose a fight, you got to go back and say, okay, where did I make my mistakes? And he made a lot in that first fight. And a big part of it was his inability to keep Horiguchi on the ground. And that's what he's trying to change right here.
And now, Caldwell again, Horiguchi against the fence, but Horiguchi dropping those left hands. Minute and a half left in the second round.
Darian needs to stop just grabbing the weights. If he's going to grab and put his hands and get that gable grip, then he needs to start to lift back, bringing Horiguchi's hips off of the cage and start to put him flat on his back.
Caldwell talking to us about what ex-UFC champion Dominic Cruz has meant to him, and especially you look at angles and footwork. I mean, Cruz changed the game.
Oh, no doubt about it. And you can see a lot of times Darian, when he's very confident, he starts to bring a footwork out that mimics Dominic Cruz very much. You'll notice tonight, he doesn't do that. And he doesn't do that because he's always unsure of where Horiguchi is going to come from. See, right now, this is the difference of Horiguchi is actually fighting. Darian Caldwell is trying to control, and the fight should always be won by the guy trying to fight, not the guy trying to control.
Referee brings them back up to their feet. Caldwell telling us that the rematch would go one way, him taking down Horiguchi and punishing him. He's taken Horiguchi down. He hasn't really punished him yet.
No, well, he did in the first round with some big shots, but in this second round, he has done nothing to diminish Horiguchi, and Horiguchi's the guy landing the strikes.
Ready, fight!
Well, round number 3, talk about the adjustments that Horiguchi has to make as we look at your unofficial scorecard, John. Talk about it through 2 rounds.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind Caldwell won that first round, landed the bigger shots. But in the second round, he didn't land any big shots. In fact, he just wrestled, he got position, but he was accepting small strikes. And look at, when you did nothing with your submission game, nothing to do anything to finish the fight against Horiguchi, he wins the round.
Talk about potential adjustments for each fighter as Horiguchi goes to the air with that knee strike. Now the small north side position. Horiguchi looking for the guillotine again, just like in Japan.
What Darian needs to do right now is control that hand, take his time, in my opinion, he's the guy that can win all the scrambles when it comes to the wrestling game. He can take chances, but the problem is, and this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the fight, I think Darian's starting to get tired. It is that weight cut. He is losing so much weight in that weight cut that he's losing his ability to maintain that energy to keep the pace.
Looking for that elevator sweep with the butterfly hooks. Caldwell, who is on the bottom now. Horiguchi looking to pass guard, and Horiguchi has the 3 submission wins, a rear naked choke, an arm triangle, and the guillotine choke victory against Caldwell. Now in half guard, open half guard, could try to slip to side control, but now electing to just put the pressure on Caldwell.
And you're seeing Horiguchi, what he's trying to do is he's trying to create pressure with his hips to free his leg to get himself out of the half guard, more to a side control position. But at least he's starting to open up and starting to utilize some strikes. That's what you want to see from the guy on top.
Caldwell telling us that he expected Horiguchi to be stronger, faster, and more confident in this, the rematch, but he told us that he's going to shut his body off. He knows it's the biggest fight of his career. His belt is on the line. And actually, Caldwell's last fight here in Bellator took place at featherweight, to your point, John. Potentially moving up. He stopped Noah Lahat via second round TKO. He is 7-0 at 145.
Well, I want you to think about it more. Back in 2009 when he won the NCAA championships, he won that at 149 pounds. He is fighting at 135 now. That's a huge drop in weight.
Midway point of the round and the fight, with Horiguchi in top position, the open guard of Caldwell.
And this is the difference of what you're seeing is when Horiguchi was put on his back by Caldwell, he gets himself to the cage and he does not accept the position. He continues to work his way out of it, and you're not seeing that from Caldwell.
Horiguchi and Caldwell back on their feet. The southpaw swings wildly. The sprawl by Horiguchi. And immediately Horiguchi back in the half butterfly guard of Caldwell.
I'm sorry, that right there just tells you Darian Caldwell is tired. He was on his knees, able to come up. He did not, he just fell to his back. He's not a jiu-jitsu guy off of his back. This is not the area where he wins fights.
Second rematch in Caldwell's career. Lost to Joe Tamanglo and was able to avenge that loss. And here tonight looking to avenge the setback in the land of the rising sun with 90 seconds left here in round 3. And series of punches by Horiguchi showing the referee that he's staying busy.
Nice job by Horiguchi trying to jump his back.
And those left hands delivered by Horiguchi. Caldwell back up to his feet. A knee on the exit. And a front kick from Caldwell. A minute left in the third round. Another knee. Left, and now they're exchanging punches. Left uppercut. Sprawl by Horiguchi. But will Caldwell be able to persevere? It's Horiguchi here implementing his offense.
Well, right now, Caldwell's in a good position to put him flat on his back and out of the fence. Now posture and start raining down damaging strikes. But there goes Horiguchi again. Not accepting the position, Marlon.
Caldwell with 5 submission wins, 3 guillotine chokes, 2 rear naked chokes, and now under 30 seconds left, Horiguchi with his back against the fence in a seated position. And you know, expending a lot of energy, both of them. With Caldwell imposing his will on top and Horiguchi trying to keep the bigger man off him, or at least trying to stymie his offensive attempts. We are through 3 rounds in this rematch for the Bellator Bantamweight title.
Ready to fight.
This is round number 4 of a possible 5. Bantamweight champion Darian Caldwell defending his Bellator belt against rising champion Kyoji Horiguchi. John, after 3 rounds, how do you wait? Here's Horiguchi again fishing for that choke.
Fishing for it, but he does not have it right at this moment, but it's getting tight.
Will it be deja vu all over again for Darian Caldwell? And he pops his head out. Your unofficial scorecard after 3 rounds, how does it read and why?
Officially, I have Horiguchi ahead 2 rounds to 1 right now. 10-9 on each round. And the reason why is, look at, he's the guy who's trying to end the fight. There was that nice moment at the end, the 3rd round, with Caldwell, but it wasn't enough to overcome all the minutes that he let run by.
We saw Caldwell receiving instructions from both Eric Del Fierro and Dominic Cruz. I have had opportunities to interview Cruz on myriad occasions over the years when he was the champion, and I always thought to myself, this guy's going to make an excellent coach and an excellent analyst, and he's gone on to prove me right on both counts.
Both counts. And one of the things that you saw Dominic doing in his corner was he was trying to psychologically tell Caldwell, you're not tired. You're not tired. Tell yourself you're not tired. And that's important because right now, Darian Caldwell is saying, tired.
Caldwell just trying to keep Horiguchi. Horiguchi throwing some left hands, continues to pepper the side of Caldwell's head.
Yeah, definitely it's doing no damage to Caldwell, but it's adding up. It's just the volume.
Cumulative.
And when you look at, there's nothing else that comes up in the striking area, the judge is going to go, well, there you go. He landed all those shots, even though they weren't real hard, they landed.
By the way, with a win by submission, Caldwell would be tied at first for most submissions with 6. Joining Goichi Yamauchi, Marcin Held, Michael Chandler, Alimale McFarland, who's joining us at the fight desk, and Neiman Gracie, who will challenge Roy McDonald for the Bellator Welterweight Championship in a main event in the semifinals of the Welterweight World Grand Prix. And, well, the fight is receiving Bronx cheers, Mr. McCarthy.
Well, there was a really slick elbow that Caldwell just hit Horiguchi with, but Caldwell's making a huge mistake in making this a wrestling match and thinking he can win this fight by just out-controlling his opponent. That's going to get him a big L.
And again, Horiguchi feeding steady stream. You're right, just peppering him. No damage whatsoever, but the accumulation, and he's the one who's busy.
Yeah, because you look at what is Darian doing right now is he's wrestling.
Spending energy.
He's on top, but he's not doing anything towards working towards the submission, working towards doing damaging strikes. Right now, all the judges are seeing a guy is sitting there getting hit.
It's not effective energy in a way. I mean, so what is the plan here? What should he be doing, Caldwell, in this position?
Look, in my opinion, his corner should have been telling him, if you put him against the cage and his back goes up there, unlock your hands and just start to unload on him. If he gets up in the position, no problem.
Agree with the stand-up.
Absolutely.
Should he have done it sooner?
Yes, he should have.
Right hand connects for Horiguchi. Kick by Caldwell blocked.
And this right now, when you have a guy like Horiguchi who's very fast and elusive, and you're tired and you have to move, this is where you start to go into that deficit if you're Caldwell.
Push kick to the chest by Caldwell. Looking for a spinning move. Kick by Horiguchi, just glancing off the rib cage of Caldwell. Final minute of the 4th.
You can just see in the movement, Caldwell is starting just to dive with that kick right there.
And Horiguchi avoids it.
Horiguchi's your fighter that's coming forward. He's looking to do things in the fight to finish the fight. And right now, I'm looking at Caldwell, saying he doesn't look like he's happy where he's at. Took a big shot right there.
Horiguchi riding a wave of momentum with 12 consecutive victories coming into his Bellator MMA debut, turning the tables on Caldwell, looking to change levels, thwarted by Caldwell. Final 10 seconds of the penultimate round. We are headed to the 5th and final round of this Bellator Bantamweight Championship bout.
Up we go, boys. Easy, easy, easy. Up. There we go. Untangle, good. Ready? Ready? Fight!
29-year-old Kyoji Horiguchi in his 30th professional fight against the 31-year-old Bellator Bantamweight champion Darian the Wolf Caldwell in his 60th pro bout. And round 5 where you have to pull out all the stops, right, Big John?
No doubt about it. Look at, your title is on the line, and if you think that you've got this, you could definitely be wrong. You need to go for that finish. Right now, I have Horiguchi winning this round, and I have it to where Darrion Caldwell needs to finish Horiguchi or have a big round to get it back.
Horiguchi leading with the left, and Caldwell again. And we have seen this movie a few times tonight.
Well, the one thing is Caldwell is in his corner, so if you're in his corner, you need to be telling him, let go with your hands and start blasting it.
And the audience at MSG doesn't like reruns.
You cannot sit here trying to hold on to his legs and think that you're going to win this fight by being the guy that's sitting on top. This is not a good position for Darrion. He needs to open up to do damage.
There's always the conversation about the scoring of takedowns and how they should be scored. John, elucidate a little bit on that.
Well, you can look at that takedown. That really wasn't a takedown. It was an actual takedown by Horiguchi that ended up in a scramble that he overshot, and Darrion gets position. But Caldwell from this position, when you have a takedown that is just almost a given, the judge is going to wait and see what you do with that position, and if you do nothing offensive with it, he's not going to give you much credit for it.
Horiguchi tattooing the rib cage with those right hands. Both of Caldwell's losses have come via guillotine choke, and Horiguchi maneuvering for another attempt.
And right now, if you're looking at it, Morrow, would you say that a takedown in this position for Darrion is doing him good or doing him bad?
It's static.
Bingo. So it's not working to your advantage to get that takedown and just keep yourself in this position.
Hold up and go to the headlock, DC. Fight the hands. Fight the hands.
Horiguchi
trying to cinch that guillotine choke in.
And again, he's searching for a submission. What is he trying to do? He's trying to finish the fight.
Yes, incremental position, trying hand grappling now. Still plenty of time left in the round. Over 2 minutes left in this championship fight. Dominic Cruz imploring Caldwell to elevate his legs under your chest.
And he didn't do it. Now his chin's in a bad position with Horiguchi. He needs to be careful. Don't allow your chin to stick down. Keep your head that up, pressed against him.
The coaches are giving him the right advice. He's not listening.
Exactly, and that's, you know, sometimes when you are in that position, do you listen to your coaches? Are you able to take that information and put it into action? And right now we're seeing that Caldwell is not able to do that.
They're talking transitions, John.
Well, they're also talking an arm triangle. They're talking a lot of things, but all of them are something that does something to try to end the fight. That's what
Horiguchi looking to get back to his feet. A knee from Caldwell. Again, looking for the takedown. Secures it. But will he try to improve position? Will he try to finish Horiguchi with less than a minute left? It's Horiguchi again, implementing the offensive strikes.
You see Darrion burying his head under the leg to try to keep that from happening.
And that could result in
a
potential trouble.
Darrion is so close to being put into a triangle right now. Now there's nothing.
Final 30 seconds of our opening contest here at Bellator 222. A cut under the right eye of Horiguchi, trickling blood.
That was from that one elbow that he brought up.
And it did damage.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
So after their first meeting at the Saitama Super Arena in New Year's Eve in Japan, they go the distance in the rematch for the Bellator Bantamweight title, much to the chagrin of the audience at MSG.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in this world title fight will go to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge, David Torelli, scores the fight 48-47. while judges Derek Cleary and Douglas Crosby both see the fight the same, 49-46. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion,
Kyoji Horiguchi, a die-hard fisherman, came fishing in America for the Bellator Bantamweight Championship, and he will return to Japan as not only Rizin Fighting Federation Bantamweight champ, but he is now also the Bellator MMA 135-pound champion, his second straight win over Darion Caldwell. Let's go up to the cage and Big John McCarthy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the new Bellator Bantamweight champion and Rizin Bantamweight champion, Kyoji Horiguchi. That was an impressive performance in this cage by you taking a wrestler who was trying to put you on the ground and not allowing that to happen.
ずっと固めようとしていた相手に素晴らしい、戦いを見せました。すみません、なんかつまんない試合で申し訳ないです。I do apologize for being a lack of action fight.
Did you feel as the fight was going on that you were getting stronger and he was getting tired?
戦いが進むにつれ、相手が失速して自分の方が強くなっているのを感じましたか？そうですね、もう最初からそのプランで、最初はあまり飛ばさずに自分から攻めないで、最終ラウンドで勝負仕掛けようと思ってたんですけど。Yeah, that was the plan. The plan was to conserve energy at the beginning and then finish strong.
I will tell you, that was a very good fight against a great champion. Congratulations on your new title, ladies and gentlemen. The Bellator Bantamweight champion, Kyoji Horiguchi.
Juan Archuleta, 32 years old. Patchy Mix, 26 years old. He's got a little bit of a reach advantage.
A little bit of a reach advantage. You take a look at those records. That is telling you everything you need to know. Patchy Mix, 13-0 as a pro, 12-0 as an amateur. He's never been defeated in an MMA cage.
Juan Archuleta would love to change that right here, right now. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bellator MMA live on Paramount Network from Mohegan Sun Arena. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the vacant Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation Chairman James Gessner, President of Sports and Entertainment Mr. Tom Cantone, supervising at cage side Brendan Kaliwa, and Director Mike Mazzulli. And now, first introducing the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 135 pounds even, in his first Bellator World title fight, he enters as an undefeated professional, 13 victories with no defeats. By way of Albuquerque, New Mexico, he fights out of Angola, New York, presenting Patchy No Love Mix. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in 134.6 pounds. After his recent featherweight world title challenge, he's back at bantamweight and stands with 24 professional victories, just 2 losses. Fighting out of Hesperia, California, introducing Juan, the Spaniard, Archuleta. In charge of the action, your referee, Jason Herzog.
Fighters gone over the rules in the back. There were no final questions from you, Blue. There were no final questions from you, Red. If you want to touch gloves,
baby, let's get it.
am I ready to fight?
All right, baby, let's get it. I like it. Both of these men are great competitors. 24 wins for Archuleta. As John said, 13-0 for Patchy Mix. One man will lead with that gold belt
First round,
around their waist.
Fighter, you ready?
Fight! Here we go! Tonight's fight clock brought to you by Geico. Archuleta in the red gloves. The natural southpaw Patchy Mix in the blue gloves. He will switch his stance.
It's normal for Archuleta to use a lot of movement. He uses his feet, moves himself in and out. That is one of the things that makes him difficult to time and difficult to hit.
Not only that, but he switches his stance so much, and this is exactly what he didn't want to do, was overcommit on a strike and end up in this position like I talked about with the body lock.
That was actually a nice job of him getting his back to the fence from that position, since Patchy got that double underhooks with that body lock. That's a bad position. He can be elevated and brought down.
John, all the talking about we used to train together. One saying, yeah, I got the better of him. One admitting it, but guess what? We're going to see who's better now. And I'm so excited to see what's going to happen. Do not grab.
Talk is talk. It doesn't matter. You got to make these things work in the cage. Doesn't matter what you can do in a training mat. I don't know how many times, I used to own my own gym. Guys would come in there, and some people that would work out with a professional fighter, oh, he's not that good. Really, you're not being punched in the face. There's a big difference.
Well, we just saw that with Neiman Gracie. Like, his style of jiu-jitsu is different than like a competition style where he's able to get off punch. Most top black belts that just train strictly for competition style, you hit them 1 or 2 times, they become white belts really fast.
Yep, it's true.
There you go. That didn't happen with Neiman, by the way.
Well, and what you just saw, there's a lot going on right here. And Patchy has worked for this takedown. He's had the ability to get it with those double underhooks. He's gotten Juan to his butt, but he's not been in a position to do anything with it, and Juan has got himself back up, and Patchy's now working to get him back down to the ground.
There it is. Beautiful. Step over, step over, step over. Keep them hips up.
Patchy trying to extend that leg.
Yes.
Juan with a nice cross face there to make sure he's pushing him off.
Body work.
Body shots missed with the uppercut on the exit.
But it was nice body shots on the exit.
Yes.
And you're taking a look at all of that work that Patchy did, and really what did he achieve with it? That's the difference. He's got to make Juan pay in those positions.
And Archuleta just connected with the right hand.
Well, what Patchy needs to not do throughout this fight is put his head down and just wait for Juan to throw punches. He's waiting for Juan to get in within range so he could try to grab him, and he had his head straight down. That's not where you want to be with Juan Archuleta. We saw the knockout power and all the highlights rolling up to this.
Beautiful work. Good job.
Had the walkout knockouts in his career.
Very good.
3 minutes into a potential 25-minute championship fight.
Overextended right into a mistake, and Patchy's taking advantage of him. Now he's on the back.
There we go.
Got to keep that chin tucked. There's that figure 4 body lock around the body waist that I talked about. This is where he does most of his work. He gets to the back or he gets to the arm and guillotine, and he just locks that figure 4 around. And guys have a hard time. And this also does not favor Juan because he can't roll to the right where he needs to try to unlock that.
You're exactly right. And one of the things that makes Patchy very dangerous is he doesn't just go for the neck. He will go for the arm from this position. He will go for things like leg locks, Suloev stretches. He's got a big arsenal when it comes to submission game.
Archuleta fighting it off so far.
This is where he needs to be right here. I know he still has the figure 4 lock, but see how Juan has double wrist control, and he took the arm over the head.
And he put it to the offside.
That's exactly what he needs to do, but he needs to unlock that figure 4 first.
Well, at least now he's in a position where he can turn his body to the right, put that figure 4 with that foot to the ground, which will actually increase the space for him to turn within.
Also, too, Patchy feels like he's in a good position. You guys are watching at home, but his neck being against the fence keeps him from being able to arch his hips into Juan's back if he was able to get to the choke.
That fight 5.5 years ago, in which Archuleta was submitted, he was, in Joe Daddy's words, blowing him up. Joe Daddy counted the elbows. He said there were 36. And Juan said he just made a mistake, and that's all it took. He cannot make a mistake against Patchy Mix.
What you guys need to pay attention to is how Patchy is switching his figure forward from side to side, and that comes from him having the long limbs to be able to do that. And that's just top jiu-jitsu skill right there.
Final 10 seconds of round 1 of our Bantamweight World Championship fight.
In the mouth.
Touch back there. One down, baby, one down. Big deep breath.
This one is all about Bellator gold. In the corner of Juan Archuleta TJ Dillashaw said you're lunging. You're lunging, and you guys alluded to it. That's how Patchy Mix put him in a little bit of danger there.
Josh alluded to that. I want to make sure that's clear. It was good, though. TJ pointed it out.
A little nonverbal going on between John and Josh.
But what's going to happen in this is Juan has made it very clear that he knows that in the first round, maybe even 2, that Patchy will be there.
Sure.
He needs to avoid the submission and making big mistakes. I think his corner has just talked him through that. I think as the fight goes on, we're going to see Patchy start to slow down a little bit and not be able to use as much strength.
And Juan talked about that, taking him into the deep waters where Patchy hasn't been before. We're not there yet, though.
Needs to be careful of that inverted triangle.
Round 2.
What he needs to do, Juan needs to open up that right elbow, and that'll help clear the unlocking of it.
He's done it.
There you go. So he'll do is he'll take one of his arms and reach back around his hips and try and spin it in between his legs so he can take his back. But while doing that, he's got to be careful that Patchy doesn't roll underneath and try to attack a knee bar.
Well, he could roll for it. Right now, he's not in a position he's going to be able to roll for that leg based upon where his head's at and where those legs are at. Patchy needs to figure out there comes a point where I need to get myself out of the position I'm in because it's not going to work for me. But right now, he's into that reverse guard position where there are leg locks available. There's a lot of things that he can try to do.
No, but what I'm talking about is when Juan goes to sit up and reach around, he'll stand a little bit, and that'll open up the legs a tiny bit.
Yes. Come on, let's go.
Patchy Mix, Jackson Wink MMA. They've had a lot of gold and a lot of champions come out of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
What you're watching here is a chess match.
Yes, I was going to say we've got kinetic chess going on right now, Josh.
So Juan's trying to avoid standing up because he doesn't want him to come underneath and try to attack the knee bar or some sort of leg lock that we've seen earlier tonight.
Tiki and, as I mentioned, TJ Dillashaw in the corner of Archuleta. Of course, Greg Jackson, Mike Winklejohn, the leaders in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Brandon Gibson. Good transition.
Great job by Patchy to move himself into taking Juan's back.
There we go.
Back to that figure 4, John.
Well, he's great with the figure 4. He controls the body so well with the figure 4, and he always takes that foot that he's locking it down with, and you'll see him bring it inside of the legs to hold on, outside of the leg. He's very long when we're talking about the inseam and his ability to wrap that leg around a guy that's only 135 pounds. Oh, he's got a lot of space.
Mike Goldberg, Josh Thompson, Big John McCarthy, Jen Brown, Chael Sonnen. This is round 2 of our main event for the Bantamweight World Championship. Juan Archuleta and Patchy Mix. Patchy Mix 13-0. Juan Archuleta 24-2. Patchy Mix looking for another submission finish.
Beautiful job with the switch of that figure 4. Notice that the figure 4 is always with the foot up.
Yeah, good side, right?
That makes it very tough to get out of it. Patchy is great at switching that thing when he needs to make sure that he has the ability to create the pressure to hold on to it.
This is not where I want to see Juan, though, because right now Patchy can choke him from both sides. He needs to pick a side, like I continue to say, because then you only have to worry about defending one side. There you go, Juan. Now he's got to be careful. You got to watch out for that triangle right off the bat.
Juan needs to take away that left arm.
Good knee.
That was a great knee.
Trying to break him down, which is what Juan Archuleta told us is his strategy.
Well, Juan Archuleta has been going to the body even when this round started. Look at all the body shots that he was landing. And he's continued to do that when he's had the ability to actually land a strike. He's going after that body, and there's a reason. He believes going into deep waters, he's going to be able to get Patchy tired and get him.
There was that arm and guillotine he jumped to, and then he went right to his next transition. That's the problem with dealing with guys that are really good at jiu-jitsu is they have a sequence that they use, and they use it every single day against guys they train with every single day. And if it works on them, it pretty much will work on your opponent.
Archuleta doing a nice job, and he's going to finish strong here in round 2. Heavy ground and pound.
Couple shots to the back of the head there, John.
Just missed with that hammer fist. 15 submissions as an amateur, 9 submissions as a professional. We're gonna head to round number 3 of our title fight.
Keep picking your shots. Yes, you are. Yeah.
Championship mentality tells you that I do not have to win this fight in the first, second, third round. I get 5 rounds. Watch these body shots. This is what Juan Archuleta's plan is. If I take that body and I put holes in that gas tank, when it comes to the 4th and 5th round, that's when you're going to see me take him out.
But it's 2-love Patchy Mix, John, right?
In my mind, I've got Patchy Mix up 2-love.
Josh?
I have a 2-love as well, but look at right now. Patchy looks like he's slowing down quite a bit. The push kick to the thigh, the punches and the combinations are coming out a little bit slower and labored.
Patchy Mix, 13-0, 9 wins by submission. 3 times he's gone 15 minutes.
Look at every time you're watching Juan Archuleta come in and land shots, he is at least landing a body shot. There he goes again, body shot, body shot. Those body shots are going to add up. That's like putting money in the bank.
Archuleta, of course, doing his strength and conditioning with Sam Calavita. And again, you can see the strategy for Archuleta.
I have to agree. I feel like Juan looks phenomenal at this weight class. He's handling the reach, the range, the size of Patchy Mix. You guys don't know, Patchy Mix is a very big 135-pounder.
All the way, sir. All the way. Snap it.
Round 3 of our championship fight.
When we talk about, fight IQ and getting a fighter to understand, hey, you don't have to win this thing right away. You don't have to win it in the first round. You don't have to win it in the second round. You have 25 minutes to win this fight. That's the difference that you're seeing right now in these 2 individuals. Juan Archuleta is looking to take this thing into deep waters. Patchy Mix is looking to end this fight at any moment that he can with a submission.
And every moment that it goes by, they get sweatier, things get harder, your muscles get more tired, your grip gets looser, all those things happen.
Juan Archuleta is ripping that body.
In fights scheduled for 25 minutes, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 fights, all wins by submission for Patchy, 2 in the first, 1 in the third.
The fight with Patricio Pitbull was a big learning experience for him. And as we're looking at the striking stats here, you can see, I mean, you've got Juan Archuleta picking him apart. But John, nothing extremely hard has landed. The body shots have landed, and and even though they don't sound hard, they are hard, and they do hurt, and they do start paying dividends in the later rounds.
They just affect your breathing pattern. You're getting hit to the body, and so then you go to take that breath, and it's not quite the same. Your diaphragm's not working the same. You don't get that full breath of air.
Yeah, there we go.
That one hurt. But I talked about my keys to victory, and part of it was that Juan Archuleta needed to stay on his bike, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's on his bike, picking and choosing his shots, not giving Patchy Mix a target to shoot on.
Archuleta said of that fight against Patricio Pitbull that he didn't find his groove until the 3rd round, and that in the end he beat himself mentally. Right now he's finding his groove in the 3rd again.
Not a lot of guys find their groove against Patricio Pitbull. Let's just be honest.
Not a lot of guys go 25 minutes with Patricio Pitbull either.
But Juan's finding his mark, whether it's to the body or to the head against Patchy Mix, and Patchy's kind of just standing in the range, but he hasn't looked like he's committed to a takedown just yet.
90 seconds remaining in round 3. Much different looking round than the first 2, to say the least.
But we've seen that Juan can do this for 5 rounds. He can kick and move. And he'll mix in the wrestling as well, which will make Patchy even more tired because he'll be able to ankle pick like John was pointing out in his telestrator. That's your sketch. Nice body shot there in a row.
He's throwing those body shots from the canvas.
And see, and a big part of what you're seeing right now, a lot of people are seeing Patchy Mix being aggressive, coming with pressure, and they're like, well, he's the one that's coming forward. Juan Archuleta is the one that's landing the better shots in this round. It does not matter who is going forward, it matters who is landing the cleaner shots. And that is right now in this round, it's Juan Archuleta.
Oh, big right hand.
Nice left hand over the top.
Outstanding striking here in round 3 for the Spaniard.
See a little bit of that frustration on Patchy Mix's face.
Yes, we do. We have got ourselves a fight.
And that is never good, John.
Nope. 10 seconds. We will head to the championship rounds.
4th round, fight, are you ready? Fight, are you ready?
Fight! Championship rounds. This is a first for Patchy Mix. He has never been in a round number 4. Archuleta has gone 25 minutes 3 times in his career. He's 2-1. That one was Patricio. He also has a 4th round finish by knockout on his ledger. And he got round 3. So it's now 2-1, Patchy.
At least on our unofficial.
Correct. From the big brain to Big John.
What I'm getting a little concerned about is that Patchy's not even trying to get the takedown. So he's not in range. He's got to use that push kick to make Juan have something to get past. Because right now Juan's just picking him apart, stepping in and out whenever he would like. But there's no takedown attempts right now. I feel like Patchy's slowed down and trying to get those takedown attempts.
Well, as we talked about in those keys to victory, and you brought up, one of my things was patience, patience, patience. Because when you're a young fighter and everything you've done in all your fights has worked, it's been successful. How are you going to deal with your opponent when everything you're doing is not successful? You've got to remain still patient and take your time and don't get frustrated. And I think we're seeing a little bit of frustration sometimes out of Patchy Mix.
And Juan Archuleta said, and I quote, looking for him to slow down in the 4th and the 5th, and he connects with a jab.
What Juan did there a second ago was he hit him with the jab, and then he drugged the right hook across the body of Patchy and hit him to the body. Very nicely done.
It's the level changes in his stand-up that's, I believe, is giving Patchy some problems. Patchy's very tall for a bantamweight, and sometimes when you have a guy, you're used to punching down a little bit, but when a guy's really bending down at the waist and digging shots, it's not an easy thing to counter.
I want to see more of that. If you're going to stay on your feet, let Juan come to you and then push kick him, because you know if Juan overcommits like he did in the 1st round, the takedown becomes a little easier to get.
And the big part is if you want this fight to go to the ground, so utilize those kicks. Let him try to catch the kick. Let him go for the takedown. Let's get to the ground like he is right now. This is where you want to be.
I got to tell you, I didn't like that. Only the fact that
I was waiting for one of you guys to say it.
I was waiting
for one of you guys to say it, but he's out.
Watch the head. Watch the head. Time. No. Time. Time. Right here. Right here.
Let's watch it on the replay.
How are we doing here? Yeah.
So I blocked it.
You blocked it, yeah.
It's because I blocked it.
Right here. No coaching. No coaching. You're good? Yeah.
No, 1 minute.
That would even if it wasn't blocked, it would have been to the chest, right, John?
That is a kick that is legal.
All right.
It's a legal kick.
To me,
he can kick him to the body. He can kick him to the arms. That is a legal kick. Patchy Mix got a break that he did not deserve off of that.
But was it his fault?
No, not at all.
Archuleta right away said, no, who's the body? Who's the body? It was. The fight continues. And Juan Archuleta continues to pick Patchy Mix apart.
It is very tough to be in there and see things at real speed and catch everything because your eyes have to be on that spot. But a fighter who is grounded is allowed to be kicked to the body or kneed to the body by his opponent.
I like what Patchy's doing right now. He threw a couple head kicks or up by the head a little bit, and it's actually changed a little bit of what Juan was doing.
So again, round 4, like the last round, a Juan Archuleta type round after Patchy looked for an early finish in the first 10 minutes
and this is one
of this fight.
When you're Patchy Mix, sometimes you get the feeling like you're winning the round because I'm going forward, I'm being the aggressor. That is not getting you this round. It's who's landing the cleaner blows, because if the judges can see who is landing cleaner blows, they don't go to aggressiveness and they don't go to cage control.
damage.
Number one.
Patchy's also very young, John, and I think a little bit of that is also this is going to be a learning experience for him. He's still in this fight. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
He just got, I think you can tell the frustration because he's talking to him, he's raising his arm, he's changing things up. He's not staying clean with everything he's doing.
I didn't see it, go. I didn't see it. And championship experience is certainly on the side of Juan Archuleta.
But now he's chasing after him aimlessly, like just, this is what he needs to do, but he needs to do it a little bit more composed. See how he's chasing him and not cutting the cage off.
There's a difference between cutting the cage and chasing your opponent. And you want to make it to where you're forcing your opponent where you're going to go.
Archuleta's footwork is awesome tonight. Fun to watch. But when you train with guys like Cub Swanson, TJ Dillashaw, Lance Palmer, Sayadawad, you move a lot. You know? He credits Cub for a lot of his early success and learning about the fight game in and out of the cage. Oh, great combination.
You're right here. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Right here. Take your time right here. I didn't see it.
Juan Archuleta, Patchy Mix. 5 minutes remain. The winner becomes the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion.
One thing you really have to be impressed with, Josh, that we talked about, how was Patchy Mix going to do if this fight got into deep waters, into that 5th round? And you can see that his conditioning is on point because he's taken a lot of body shots, he's put out a lot of energy, and he is still coming.
On that unofficial scorecard, if this fight does go the distance, the winner of this round will walk away with the gold.
You can tell those body shots hurt because Patchy took his half step back, kind of gave him a smirk like those didn't hurt, which meant they hurt. That hurt.
Oh, he's continuing to pour it on.
Too. You can see he's starting to suck air. You see he's trying to grab air because he cannot get his body to breathe in the normal fashion. That makes his takedown attempt not as effective. Body shots are horrible.
Oh my goodness, it's almost, John, like his precision is precise. Almost.
Did you just say that?
Well, I did, but I was kidding that time.
I know.
John, we
look at the numbers.
Very impressive by Juan Archuleta, and he's just picking him apart right now on the body. But you talked about what was impressive by Patchy, him getting into the 5th round, still looking good, still the conditioning's still there, taking all these body shots. What I'm most impressed with, though, is by Juan Archuleta.
Of course.
Sticking to his game plan, though.
Yes.
Not letting the trash talk get to him, not letting all the hype and all these other things get to him. He has stayed on course the whole time.
He had a plan. He's stuck with the plan. Look at where it's got him so far.
He's a 4-division champion, looking for the biggest belt of his professional career.
Watch your blows.
He has been in the pressure cooker, if you will, of title fights many times. A first time to the 5th, a first time to the 4th for Patchy Mix. Archuleta continues to strike dynamically.
Big right, like little uppercut hook that he landed coming out of that turn. What Juan's doing really well here is
left hook to the body.
Stepping his foot on the outside of Patchy's lead leg and ripping that body, going to the inside on the right side on the right hook and going to the outside on the left hook.
Busting him up inside. Again.
So now he knows Patchy's going to cover up with his elbows. Now he's coming up top to the head. He's just beautifully picking this fight apart right now.
Past the midway point of the 5th and final round.
Straight hand by Patchy.
Of this bantamweight title fight. Archuleta in the red, Patchy Mix in the blue. John has it tied at 2, so does Josh, with just over 2 remaining.
This is still anyone's fight. I know Juan's winning the first half of this fight, but if Patchy does a couple nice shots, able to do anything, there you go right there. Nice head kick. Patchy coming forward, but he's got to throw.
Patchy needs to get a takedown here. That would really help him in solidifying this round if he could get on top.
Ears, fighter, ear.
Time's ticking, John.
Time is ticking, but if you're Juan Archuleta, you can look and say, well, right now what I'm doing is I'm working towards getting a little bit of a breather so I go into this last minute and a half and just put it all out.
Watch the back of the head. Keep on working, guys.
So, you know, you can look at, you can say, well, Patchy's throwing punches. Those are not punches. That's more irritation than anything. We're looking for damage.
Well, technically they are punches, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
They're technically.
Do not grab the cage.
Just grab the cage. That kept him up.
But Patchy needs a little sense of urgency with 1 minute left. He needs to at least threaten some sort of submission here to start thinking that maybe that he gets close, start skewing the judges towards the end of the round.
Archuleta has not slowed down at all.
Well, I would agree one thing with Josh right here is Juan Archuleta has now got the double underhooks. Do something with it or get yourself out and go back to what was making you successful.
Final minute of the fight.
Juan's got to make sure he keeps his head up high because, you know, we saw earlier Patchy jumped on that arm guillotine right away.
Nice elbow.
Very nice elbow on the exit.
Final 30 seconds. Who will be the new champion? Spin and a miss.
I need more.
15 seconds.
Little clash of heads.
Nice knee up the middle, Juan ripping the body.
Nope.
They go the distance. Juan Archuleta and Patchy mix.
It's okay. Give me a sec. Hold on, man. You're good. Give him a moment.
Two spectacular bantamweights.
This will be the first time we'll see Juan fight maybe two fights in one weight class.
Yeah, very true. Finally. Just his second fight at 135 in the Bellator cage, but the biggest fight of his career. Will it be the Spaniard or no love? Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone a full 5 rounds, we go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, David Torelli, scores the fight 49-46, while judges Brian Miner and Doug Crosby both see the fight the same, 48-47. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Juan the Spaniard Archuleta.
Juan Archuleta is the Bellator Bantamweight World Champion. Thank you to both men for a spectacular championship fight.
1 second.
Here's Big John with the new champ.
Come here. Hold on.
Juan Archuleta, cartwheels, backflips. Simple first question, baby. How does it feel?
Oh my God. My family, John, they deserve this. My teammates, they deserve this, man. My country, Spain, where my ancestors come from, the fighting Spanish, the conquistadors, they deserve this. They have fighting spirit. It shows in me. Viva el Palayo, Covadonga. The Reconquista is here, baby. Spain, I'm coming and putting this at the feet of the king and queen.
Well, I can tell you,
glory to God.
You deserved it. You put on an outstanding performance. Let's talk about your game plan, because it was obvious that you knew what he could do on the ground and how he was very dangerous in the beginning of the fight. You started attacking the body viciously throughout the fight. Was that your game plan?
You know what? After I lost my pit bull fight, I was so devastated. There was one man that pulled me out of the trenches, and I owe this to him. Cub Swanson. He showed me how to battle through adversity, how to fight someone that was an undefeated jiu-jitsu fighter, stick to a game plan, and it was similar with him and Kron. He said, I promise you, you fight like that, you're walking home with the title. And guess what, Big John? I'm walking home with the title.
It's all yours, baby. Congratulations on an incredible performance.
Thank you.
The new Bantamweight Bellator champion. Back to you, Goldie.
All right, guys, we're going to my house, cooking on the Traeger grill. My family, I love you. It's my birthday. Best birthday present I could give myself. Thank you, Scott Coker. Thank you, Kogan. Thank you, Big John. Bellator, Viacom. You guys honestly made this happen through the pandemic. thank you. All the fighters that stepped up to fight and put their family at risk, you guys did a hell of a job. Good job, guys.
That's a heck of a way to celebrate your birthday, Josh.
Always a class act.
Yes.
As simple as it can be, you can look at all those things, and that's a nice young age for Sergio Pettis, and the height and the weight and everything's close to the same. 25-2 for Juan Archuleta, 20-5 for Sergio Pettis. These guys are two of the best.
Speaking of the best, here's Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA live on Showtime from Mohegan Sun Arena. The time has come for the main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Bantamweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Department of Athletic Regulation Chairman James Gessner, President of Sports and Entertainment Tom Cantone, Chief of the Mohegan Tribe Lynn Malerba, and supervising at Cage Side Director Mike Mazzulli. And now, first, we introduce the blue corner. At 5'6", weighing in 134 3/4 pounds, the #1 ranked contender as a professional, enters with 20 wins, 5 losses, from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presenting the challenger, SP Sergio Pettis.
Let's go, baby.
And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in 135 pounds even, in his first title defense. He stands tonight with 25 professional victories, just 2 defeats, fighting out of Hesperia, California. Introducing the defending Bellator Bantamweight World Champion, Juan the Spaniard Archuleta. In charge, your referee, Kevin McDonald.
Fighters to the center, please. Gentlemen, this is 5 rounds under the unified rules for the belt. Want a good, clean fight. If you'd like, touch gloves now. Best of luck to you.
Referee Kevin McDonald with final instructions. We are set for a possible 5 rounds for that, the Bellator Bantamweight Championship.
Ready to fight? Ready to fight? Let's go.
The belt, round 1, the champion Archuleta in the red gloves, the challenger Pettis in the blue gloves. And already, Archuleta on the move.
That is his style. That is not going to change. You're going to see big movements. He moves back and forth, but it's when he takes those steps inside, he'll actually change stance from orthodox to southpaw and back as he comes forward.
Archuleta fighting out of the training lab, HB Ultimate in Gracie, Baja, while Pettis represents Rufus Sport. Exchange. Of course, Pettis facing a murderer's row at 125 pounds in UFC, John, but now here at 135 pounds, undefeated in Bellator, riding a 3-fight win streak.
Well, he fought the best of the best there was at 125, but it got to a point where Sergio was just too big for the 125-pound weight class. Did not want to fight at that. He wanted to move up to bantamweight, and he was able to do that when he came over to Bellator, and he's happy at this weight class.
High kick by Pettis. Looking to shave the whiskers of the champion. Oh, good level change by Archuleta. Looks for the takedown immediately. Pettis attacking the neck.
Attacking that neck. You see that right now, Juan going towards that single leg, almost towards a high crotch. Just needs to pull his head out for this to be able to work. And you're seeing Pettis maintaining that position on his head, putting weight down and keeping him heavy.
2 of Pettis' 4 submission wins have come via guillotine choke, but right now just trying to thwart the takedown attempt by Juan Archuleta.
Yeah, there's definitely no guillotine attempt right now. He's just looking at defending this takedown. Archuleta needs to switch it up, go from the single into that high crotch pull, then shoot to the double. The more that he can transition and chain those techniques together, the more effective one of them will be.
Archuleta began wrestling at the age of 3, as we showed you tonight. Comes from a family of wrestlers.
Nice elbows by Sergio Pettis in defense of that takedown. You're seeing Juan try to step to his left to try to stop that attack.
And again, Archuleta looking for the takedown, and Pettis able to escape, circle, and to reset. 2 minutes left here in the opening round.
That right there makes Sergio Pettis feel pretty good about himself, because he's like, okay, you tried, you know, got in tight, got in deep, and I was able to defend it off. That's a good feeling for Sergio Pettis.
Counter right hand by the challenger Pettis. Minute 45 left here in the opening round, as the champion Archuleta looking to make use of every single inch of real estate in that Bellator MMA cage. Duke Rufus calling for an up jab from Sergio Pettis. Oh, nice counter right hand by Pettis.
Beautiful counter right hand. Archuleta did a nice job going to the body, but as he exited, that left hand was down, and Sergio was able to counter with a solid right hand.
Lead left by the champion, Archuleta. There's a lead left hook by Pettis, and a right hand down the middle by the challenger. Under a minute left here in the opening round.
This is what we were talking about, that sharpshooting style. He's very tight.
Right hand lands for Pettis. So Pettis with a good striking effort here in the first round. 45 seconds left.
Archuleta continuing to go to the body. That paid dividends for him against Patchy Mix. We'll see if that happens in this fight against Pettis.
Thus far here in the first round, that jab has definitely paid dividends for Sergio Pettis, opening up opportunities to throw the combination. There's Archuleta attacking the lead leg inside and outside.
Nice elbow in the swing back by Sergio Pettis. That landed.
And Archuleta was looking to get his hooks and looks to get the takedown, does so, but time runs out. Wow. Well, the challenger Pettis says that Archuleta reminds him a lot of TJ Dillashaw. We just heard from TJ Dillashaw in Archuleta's corner.
Round 2.
The bell and round number 2, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Bantamweight belt.
My scorecard right now, looking at that first round, think of all the shots that Pettis was able to put. When you saw Archuleta trying to take him down, the elbows to the head and then the clean strikes that he was able to land at times, I give Sergio Pettis that first round 10-9.
Archuleta getting to increase his offensive output, using angles to close the distance before launching his attack.
That's a nice feint on that takedown attempt right there. That's going to get Sergio's hands moving up and down. That's when you're going to see Juan taking advantage of him reacting to that feint. I do like the fact of what I'm seeing from Pettis as far as the way that he's actually dealing with the movement.
There's the takedown by Archuleta. Continue, John.
That's a good takedown, but what you were seeing is Pettis is taking as few steps as possible. He's just basically pivoting his body, pivoting his feet, and he was able to just be very calm with all that movement that Juan Archuleta is putting out. But it was a nice takedown by Juan Archuleta. Now, as Sergio's trying to work his way to get towards that cage so he can get back to his feet.
And Pettis is back to his feet, but the champion Archuleta has his back. Attacking the leg. Pettis turns in and disengages.
That's a normal thing for Archuleta to actually disengage and try to land a strike on that exit.
2 minutes gone here in the second. Archuleta from the, well, was southpaw, now back to orthodox. Jab, pops his head back.
You're really starting to see that Sergio is really getting confident in his counter strikes. He's waiting for Juan to make that attack, and then he's countering with beautiful strikes, left and right hand, especially a big right hand, and now actually bringing kicks into the equation.
Midway point of the second round.